after you and your family, just like Payman was talking about earlier, how the Shah of Iran would jail people. That's where we're headed if you don't stand up.
All right. The mic's on.
Hey, Tina. I don't know if you
Yes.
can hear me. It's Mark.
Hey. Hi, Mark.
Hey. So anyway, I've known Tina from the very beginning, right after the first Lindell Symposium, where we found out that those images, at least the public found out the images were taken. I was the lead forensic investigator on those images to look at what actually happened, to find out that the hard drives were repartitioned, formatted, whole new voting system put on top of the old voting system, all the records deleted, the log files deleted, databases deleted. The system is not secure like they say it is, and then there was definitely something that had gone horribly wrong in the voting system to cause a discrepancy of about 5,000 votes between a couple databases. So Tina is absolutely right in what she's saying. Her concerns are valid. I'm a citizen of Colorado. I'm born and raised here. I've seen this with my own eyes, and I told Tina, when I saw this stuff, I'd stand by her side and shout it from mountaintops if I needed to, because the truth needs to be heard. So, Tina, I love you and always there to support you.
Love you. God bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for that contribution. Thank you very much. Is next, we're going to bring up Joe Bannister. How many of you are familiar with Joe Bannister already? Yeah, all right, very good, very good. Well, Joe has been a whistleblower a long time ago, and we'll let him tell his story, but just so you know, Payman and I were there at his trial, okay? So we go way back. We love Joe. Let's bring him up with a round of applause. Joe Bannister.
Hello, everybody. I've been IRS trained, so if I screw up, I don't know why. I think I'm good. All right, so yeah, so I've got a laptop that's not connected here, so we're going to try to keep this coordinated. I don't know any jokes, not even any IRS jokes. Anybody have a good IRS joke? The IRS is a joke? I think this is my first time to Denver, the greater Denver area, except for the airport. So I got to see the Blue Horse in person, and you guys got it made. Well, I was born and raised in a county called Santa Clara County, in the San Francisco Bay Area. And, I think we had the worst COVID, lockdowns. We had this doctor, she was a medical doctor, but she also was a little high on herself. She told everybody to not touch their nose or mouth, and in her speech, she's touching her nose and mouth. Anyway, all right. Enough of the jokes from the former IRS agent. All right, so go to the next slide. So way back, time does march on. But back in November '93, I was sworn in as an IRS special agent. So a little backstory is that I was told by a mentor when I was in high school, you should get an accounting degree because you'll always have work. And I thought that was a pretty practical piece of advice. So I followed it. So I got a degree, I earned a degree in accounting from San Jose State University. I'm born and raised in San Jose, California. And I didn't realize during 5 years of college that accounting was boring, and I didn't even quite realize it when I started to work in accounting after I graduated. Um, but I did finally realize, like, wow, accounting is really boring. And how am I going to do this for another 30 years? So I decided that maybe the better thing to do would be, well, let's not go back to square one, but let's use what I've accumulated, earned, and apply it in something that wouldn't be so boring. So I decided, well, let's look around, and a lot of my friends and relatives were in law enforcement. So I thought, well, is there any connection between those two? So sure enough, the FBI and the IRS Criminal Investigation Division are a couple of federal agencies that love to get their hands on attorneys and CPAs. And I was a CPA at the time, Certified Public Accountant, for those that don't know that acronym. Probably most of you do. So another mentor that I had, who was actually an IRS special agent, said you should apply to more than one agency. So he suggested that I apply to the FBI and the IRS Criminal Investigation Division, or CID. So I did that. I guess I like to follow mentors' advice, you know. And the FBI application moved very rapidly. I mean, like within 3 weeks of applying, I already had like a panel interview, and then I was scheduled for psychological testing, which, believe it or not, I passed. Physical testing. And they just put you through all kinds of stuff. And then in addition to that, you have to fill out a 16-page application, second application. And that's what they use as the springboard to doing a background investigation on you. So then they go and they contact everybody in your life. They even contacted one of my elementary school teachers. So anyway, the FBI situation was working really well, and I was literally waiting for a plane ticket to Quantico, Virginia. And this is back when Newt Gingrich was the Speaker of the House, and I think Bill Clinton was in office then. Horror of horrors. But then there was a hiring freeze. You know, the government will fight, or at least pretend to fight over the budget. And so the FBI, I had done everything. I was literally waiting for the plane ticket, and the FBI couldn't. Well, meanwhile, the IRS is fine. Their budget is fine. And they asked me if I'd be interested in a position with the IRS. Well, you know, those of you that are older like me, you remember when the FBI had a little better reputation? And so that's where that was where my heart was to become an FBI special agent. But they couldn't hire me, at least not right then. So I talked to this mentor who was already an IRS special agent. He was a supervisor. And he said, well, you know, you probably should just go. So the culture in the IRS is really unique. And I discovered that, surprise, surprise, the first day. I had no Because all you do is collect picture memories for the class picture. So how hard could that be? So I volunteered to be a candidate, and then because no one knew anyone, well, who are they going to vote for president? The stupid guy that raised his hand and said, "Bro." So anyway, and then I was reelected for the second time. All right.
Can you hear me now? Earth to Kairos, Earth to Kairos. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Still checking the sound for our online guests. We'll find out as soon as it's good. Say it again. All right.
Okay, I'm going to show you guys a little IRS story, okay, since we're waiting. You guys like IRS stories?
It's all good.
It's all good? Sorry, you have to wait for later.
We'll give it up for the IT department. Thank you so much. All right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and we'll bring up Paymon Montehede. Come on, right back up, buddy. It's all good.
Thank you, Kairos. So the presentation up, you guys. We're going to go rock and roll. We got a lot to cover. And by the way, tonight, we're going to have a after dinner. Afterwards, a special VIP dinner at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Nice, very nice 4-meal course. We have a few tickets available for $200 a person. If you want to come to us tonight with the speakers, VIPs, we have only a few tickets available. You can be at the back. Ask the ladies up there. They will. And for lunch, folks, you're on your own for an hour and a half. But, you know, try not to get straggled too much during lunch. Are we ready to get started back there? Pay attention up there? Okay? Up there. So we talk about the fact that you're God-given rights. Right? The founders recognized that your rights come from God, not from government. And that is so special and unique in America. So let's go down to where we were. So Articles of Confederation, they had problems with that because it's a unanimous agreement of all the states. And the states are countries. Right? States are countries. Heard State of Israel? Heard the term terrorist state on the media? State is government. Each state in America has its own legislature, makes laws, its own executive branch, governor to execute the laws, as well as its own Supreme Court to adjudicate the laws. That's by traffic laws, family marriage laws, right? Health laws are all different in all the 50 states, 50 countries. So let's go to the next slide. Keep going. Okay, we're talking about the articles now. Next slide after this one. So about be ready with the yellow. Guys, ready if you have yellow, have it go forward past those. He doesn't know about that. The yellow ones, he's got to push them twice, 3 times to get there quicker. Because so the Constitution, there it is. We the people starts with big. Next slide, and you'll see why the fathers did that. Okay, next slide up there, guys. Got to be quick on the slides. Here we go. So read the highlighted areas. When you see something up there, focus on the highlighted areas, yellow, and underline red, okay? It superseded the Articles of Confederation, and it delineates the national frame and constrains the powers of the federal government. See? Constrains, actually they say the wrong way. What it did is actually delegated some powers from the states to the federal government. These new agents they created. Think about it. The federal government technically, legally, is an agent of the states. Creation of the states. Okay? And describing the rights and responsibilities of state governments, the states in relationship to the federal government. Wikipedia, of course, terms it the other way around for you. But that was the best summary I could find online, really. So, next slide. So, this new government they created, because remember, before there was no U.S. government. There was actually U.S. government, but it was really completely toothless. Unless the 13 states agreed, nothing happened. Now, they created a government and gave it certain powers, few powers delegated. And to make sure it does not end up abusing American people's rights, because they know power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts. They knew that, the founders. So let's go on next slide. The preamble of the Bill of Rights is very important. It's not published most often out there. Let's go read about it. It says, the second paragraph, the conventions of a number of the states having at the time of their adopting the Constitution, hit it again, guys, expressed a desire in order to prevent, hit it again, prevent, Marcus, would you please be the one doing that, because he doesn't know this stuff. You need to be next to him, Marcus, okay, because he's not clicking this stuff right away. He knows that, but have Marcus next to you, please. Okay, all right. In order to prevent misconstruction and abuse of its powers. That's the key right there. To prevent misunderstanding and abuse of its powers, that further declaratory and restrictive clauses should be added. Further restrictions. The Bill of Rights is not a bill or a list of your rights like a restaurant bill. It's further restrictions on the powers of the federal government. Just make sure the genie does not get out of his box. Next slide. So they have 10 amendments or additions to the U.S. Constitution. Okay? We don't have the time to get into all of that. Next slide. But the preamble of it also, of the Constitution, that was the wrong, we got to put that preamble earlier, Marcus. Marcus, that preamble got to be early next time, brother. Thank you. So here we go. The preamble of the Constitution. We the people of the United States. Again, starts with we the people. Can you guys hit that yellow, please, on this? Okay? We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union. See, we live in a union, not a country. America's not a country, it's a union. Keep going on the yellow, guys. Okay? And be fast on that yellow, please. Establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty. There we go. To ourselves and our posterity. Blessings come from who? God. See? God gave us our liberty. God gave us our freedom. God gave us all our rights. And only God can take it away. Right? So with that foundation really understood, let's go next slide. Okay? First Amendment is a very important one. That's what it says. Keep going, guys. Congress shall make no law, keep going, respecting establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Keep going, get back there. Or abridging the freedom of speech, of the press, or the right of the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievance. Right to petition is very key. All the other rights are there just to make sure you can clean up the government. Petitioning is to clean up the government. You need to do your job right. You're not securing our freedoms right. You're abusing your powers. It's the highest form of free speech is right to petition. Next. After all these restrictions on government power, for example, right to jury trial is big in America. No other country has jury trial like America. Most don't, and none of them are like America so good. Right to a trial is big deal. Yes, you have a right to trial, even the IRS, before they take your stuff. You will find out later why with IRS it seems like you don't get a trial. Why the burden of proof is on you versus the government. I'll show you later how they deceived you into that. Okay? So, the Ninth Amendment says, let's go next, guys, the enumeration, which means listing, specific listing in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage other rights retained by the people. Just because they don't list all these rights there, it doesn't mean you don't have it. You have all the rights to be free human being as God gave you to live your life the way you want to. Next. Okay? Could we go a little faster on that, guys, please? On the yellow stuff, this next slide. So the 10th Amendment is also very important, okay? The powers not delegated to the United States government. The United States is a federal government. See? It's not the 50 states, is it? The United States is the federal government they're talking about. They created the government of the United States. Nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. See? The states kept all the powers that the people had through them given to the federal government. Everything else they kept. All right? So let's go next slide. Now, this comes up all the time. A lady asked me, but I feel guilty if I don't pay for our services, the government services. Who's going to provide for all this stuff? Guess what? Your country. Your country pays for all your safety. My country's Florida. Most of your country's Denver. We are 50 countries in a union. Your country of Colorado pays for law enforcement, police, sheriff's courts, and justice system, roads and highways, firefighters, public school system, even the communist public school system, paid by your, keep your slides going fast, okay? All of the stuff, your images you're seeing next, all this is paid by your local, keep going, hold on, property taxes, sales taxes, local property taxes. Perhaps the most common taxes supporting fire and EMS services nationally are property taxes. That's right. The landowner and the renter, the landowner passes it on to you. Next slide. Yeah, all this stuff you see, folks. Rose, keep going. Take the images quickly, guys, okay? Get the images quickly back there. All this stuff, you know, is in the next slide, okay? Where does the Highway Trust Fund goes? Guess what? The Congressional Budget Office reports that the Highway Trust Fund received 83%, $40 billion of its revenue in 22 from excise taxes on motor fuel, commonly known as the gas tax. At the pump, you pay for the highways, not your income taxes or payroll taxes. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, how about the schools? School budgets and the ways they are financed vary from state to state and school district to school district. Generally, though, states use a combination of income taxes, corporate taxes, sales taxes, and fees to provide about 48% of the budget for elementary and secondary schools. Local districts contribute about 44%, drawn mostly from local property taxes. Property tax is a foundational tax that built America. The Wild West days you see on television, the little sheriff and the little jail with a couple of deputies. Who paid for that? The local landowners. The bigger guy had more land, paid more than the small guy. That's it. We don't need the federal taxes. Next slide. You don't need the federal government to do all this stuff that they're doing. All this communist, socialist schemes to make you slave. You don't need them. Your country protected you just fine until 1913. We had no income tax except for a few years during Lincoln's War of Aggression against the South. We don't need federal government. And we can cut the federal budget by way over 9% and still be completely safe. Don't bother BS at all. See what they do? All the Chinese, the Russians, the Iranians, Arab Muslim terrorists, North Korea, these enemies out there. Where the enemies are within the gates. We need to have a strong national defense. Russia got economy size of Mexico. How did it come with that? I don't want to mess with that. We have everybody has guns here in America. It's ridiculous the notion that they want to come and take over America. China. Oh, they have to go from Moscow over Europe and Atlantic Ocean, come to America to take over. Come on, by all these lies. And China, they're going to destroy their customer that's buying the products, make him rich. You're going to kill your customer. Who are you going to sell to? Right? And they're going to come over the whole Pacific Ocean. This part of the earth. come on, take over America. We people have guns. It's all nonsense, guys. You don't need that. If you thought, oh, I'm national because I'm a veteran, guess what, veteran? I'm sorry, you were lied to. Just like everything else we lied to. So, this is what you guys are. Let's go next slide. We're going to have do again what these men did. Next slide, please. What they did, we're going to create that again. But they want it dead. They want the founding fathers dead. If you look like him, if you act like him, if you believe like him, you're bad. If you're man, you're bad. If you're white, you're bad. If you believe in God, you're bad. Okay? If you believe in freedom, you're bad. The ideal person, a woman who believes is a man, is black and communist, and have a genitals removed in the process, right? They're oppressed minority. The satanic, next slide. I'm telling you, these people are Satanists at the core. They deny God's existence. Okay? The fact is that, doesn't matter what religion you believe in or not, there's a creator. And we come from there and go back up there. And they want to destroy God. And that's what this red and black angry stuff is out there in the open in front of you to see. Next slide. Next slide, guys. Thank you. So I'm going to go this quickly. These crooks get away with whatever they want to do. Hillary Clinton knew she was breaking them out. Of course, next slide. Okay? These are just listing some of the laws she broke. She could have gone to prison for tens of thousands of years, minimum. I haven't added up. Every time she had one email from State Department come to her home server, that broke all these laws. Okay? In one document. Okay, next slide. But just like the Soviet Union, folks. You know what was a kidding on? You know what I said about Soviet Union? They never prosecuted each other. That's how you knew they were totalitarians. They were crooks. Now in America, it's the same thing. They used to call themselves Honorable Joseph Stalin, right? Honorable government. Now in America, I saw about 20 years ago, they have these people testifying in Congress. They call them Honorable, head of the FBI. They're not an honorable guy. They call each other Honorable. You are public service. You guys know Obama assassinated a 16-year-old? In 2012, he did. No due trial, no due process, no trial, no appeal. He just ordered assassination of a 16-year-old. Next slide. Yep. That's how bad it is, folks. And of course, Ray Epps, federal plan, tell everybody we're going to go into the Capitol tomorrow. That's where our problems lie, right? And everybody else gets prosecuted when he goes scot-free. This has been going on for decades, folks. This is not new. Next slide. It's just making it more obvious with what's going on now with January 6th. Defendants, look at this guy. They put him in solitary confinement. Next slide. Push the button, guys. Back there, please. Okay? Tortures 5 months in isolation, closet rooms with a light on, and buckets for a toilet. 5 months living like that. In America? To an American citizen? Next slide. Here, nothing about two-tier justice system. Keep pushing the buttons back there, guys. Stuart Rose stood outside the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. Gets 18 years in prison. Never went inside. Right, next slide. Here, another one. Justice is dead. Here we got Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio, who was not even in D.C., sentenced to 20 years on seditious conspiracy. Not even in D.C. Why would you want to pay the salaries of the Department of Injustice? Who does that? Oh, I know why. We'll cover that later. They deceive you to be afraid. Right? Isn't that the truth? Raise your hands if that's the truth. That's what they got. They got us with fear. Well, guess what? Today you're going to cure you of that fear with knowledge. Okay? Next slide. Okay? So bottom line is in America, we have sadly a two-tier system of justice. Tier 1 for elite who are above the law and can get away with breaking the law while misusing the law to abuse us. And Tier 2 for the rest of us who the elite misuse the law to injure and enslave us. Next slide. How can you and your family be safe when the elite get to ignore the laws and misuse them to injure and enslave you? You can't. And bottom line is you have no constitutional, legal, ethical, or moral duty to pay and support your own enslavement and destruction. Remember that next time you think, IRS, I'm afraid. You are paying your own enemies. Next. This cartoon is 6 years old, and it was true about the powerful deep state. Who is the little Trump guy, right? That was back then. They sure, the deep state rise against him, didn't they? Next slide. Okay. Here are some of the lies you've been told to deceive, control, and enslave you. They told you. FBI, CIA, NSA, FDA, CDC. DOJ are wonderful, honest, good public servants who always are looking out to protect you and your family. 9/11 was done by Muslim Arab terrorists. Joe Biden won the 2020 election fair and square. Trump is in conspiracy with Russia, won the 2016 election. January 6th was an insurrection. Federal Reserve is part of the federal government. You don't believe them now, do you? Yeah. But they brainwashed us with all these lies. You didn't know this stuff 20, 30, or 40 years ago, did you? See, you almost average age of this audience is 55, 60. Because we're young and dumb. We don't know. Generally speaking, we get older, we get wiser. It's true. Okay? We become wiser. Eyes open up. They deceive us in a public fool system till we have this flag and the apple pie and all this nonsense, right? Next slide. So here's the good news coming up. Next slide. The biggest lie of the 100 years is that IRS is powerful and that you are weak. That the IRS will put you in prison, take your bank account, paycheck, home, and business if you do not file a 1040 income tax. Slavery confession forms every year. That's right. You are a slave when you fill out that form. That's a slave statement. But they convinced you, you better do that. Otherwise you'll be in trouble. Whoa, be afraid. Right? They've done a very good job of that. Haven't they, Garrett? Right, Garrett, you back there? With me, brother? Okay, Garrett's over there. He's going to be speaking later on today. Okay, so let's go next slide. Here is the truth, though. Did you guys know that you are powerful and the IRS is weak? That's the truth. When you stop filing 1040 income tax slavery confession forms, you will not go to prison, nor have your bank account, paycheck, home, or business taken by the IRS. Instead, you will be free and prosperous. Do you want that? Okay, we're going to get to that. Next slide. That's what we're going to cover. How many have seen a documentary, Died? Raise your hand if you have seen it. Put it down. If you have not seen it, put your hand up. If you've not seen this, how many of you have not? You need to see it. So I'll give you a little clip of it about what they did with the corona jab. The corona jab was designed to murder some people and injure people. Let's play it. You see a little bit of people are dying after they took the jab. The blood clots happen in the neck and heart. They just drop dead. Let's play it. You're going to see people actually dropping dead. Never happened before in history until the corona jab came out. Can you guys play it back there? Okay. Doesn't do it? Just do the next if you do what you can. Go next slide if you have to. Okay. Well, you see people just dropping dead. Literally, and then on the camera, dropping dead. Oh, there he goes. Funded by your tax dollars. Get the volume up. Yep. Get the volume. Oh, another one. Yep, just dropping. next slide. Now that's what was caught on camera. How many thousands or tens of thousands of times more that happened, which was not caught on camera? Right? Millions perhaps, right? They want to destroy humanity. And you were conned, deceived into funding the federal government who did this. Right? They pushed it on you people, right? Through what? Deception, ignorance, which leads to fear. Next slide. Yep. My people suffer for lack of knowledge. That's why. Because we're too busy making a living. Work, pay the bills, worry about getting married, have your kid married, raising the kids, problem with your spouse, problem with the kid, problem with your boss, get another job, the car just broke down, right? Just got sick. Yeah, oh, have a little fun on the weekend, watch some sports or some entertainment, right? Enjoy life a little bit. Who has time to educate themselves? But we have to make time. Next slide. If you don't want that to happen to you and your family you love, you must seek the truth, and the truth shall set you free. And that's what we're here for, Garrett, right? So people, set them free, right? Okay, let's go next slide. So Freedom Law School developed 7 steps to stop lawfully and safely filing and paying income taxes. Okay? Arm yourself with the law. Number 1, we'll cover the law. 2, stop filing income tax forms. 3, realize the IRS is mostly bluff. 4, take courage from our victories, which we covered already, some of that. Write your lawmakers about the law. Number 5. Join Restore Freedom Plan and spread the word. Next. So follow the law. No law requires 99% of Americans to file income taxes. You know, that's crazy. All my life, I've paid income taxes. I'm an accountant, my CPA, my tax attorney. I've done it every year. It must be because we have to, but there is no law. Well, to show that to you, I brought all the way from Nevada a constitutional law expert and a tax law expert, an attorney for over 25 years who's been practicing law, defending and fighting for freedom with his heart and his great mind. He's going to share this part with you. He was covered part also in the documentary America Freedom to Fascism. How many of you guys seen that documentary? America, yeah, you saw him in there. Please give me a warm hand of welcome to Mr. Peter Gibbons.
Thank you for that nice introduction, Payman. Well, before I get started, a couple thoughts came to me. How many of you in here know what the opposite of love is? I encourage you to get out a concordance, go through the scriptures and look up love and look up fear. When Christ was walking across the water and Peter jumps out of the boat, starts walking to him, what was the first thing Christ said to him when he started slipping under? He said, "Why did you fear?" The opposite of love is fear. Hatred is just an emotion, but the opposite of love is fear. And when we act out of fear, we generally are either responding to an immediate emergency or we're doing the wrong thing. So that's number 1. Number 2 is I've got here a de-Googled phone. It's running Graphene OS. But I encourage everybody to do this. If you've got an iPhone, you're going to have to switch because they don't have an OS for the Apple iPhones. But any kind of Android, there's about 4 different operating systems out there where you can completely de-Google your phone. If the people in D.C. on January 6, 2020 had these, they never could have geofenced it because it doesn't keep telling your location. And I want to warn everybody about these phones. I mean, think about your bank. your bank wants to use your cell phone for quote-unquote two-factor authentication. Well, the cell phone's the least secure thing on the planet. It's not about authenticating or your security. It's about knowing where you are, knowing what your number is, being able to trace you, getting that into corporate databases so they can share that information so they own you, all right? So I'm just telling you right now, don't wait on this. You need to, these things are better than a chip. You couldn't put the computing power that these things have in a chip. And everywhere you go, everybody's, the people bowed and prayed to the neon god they made. And we are just married to these things. So just my warning. A little bit about me. I've known Paymon for, 28 years, 29 years. I started law school in '93, about the same time Joe was being sworn in as an IRS special agent. And I met Paymon about the same time. So we kind of went different paths. He's obviously from Iran, as he explained, and I'm sure many of you have run across some immigrants to our country, and so often we find that they're actually more patriotic than us Americans because they know what's coming. We see what they've done to Donald Trump. Tina Peters was up here earlier. We've seen what they've done to her. I'm here to tell you, this is not unusual. That's the norm. It's just now you get to see it. And as George Carlin said, if you're not a member of their club, they're going to screw you if they can. So we've got to wake up. I'm looking for people, patriots that want to attend law school. We need more patriotic attorneys. When I was in law school, fully 90% of my class told me the only reason they were there was they wanted to make more money. I never wanted to be an attorney, but I started going to meetings kind of like this, and I didn't really understand what was being said. Excuse me for a second. Starting to get a little dry there. And I was unemployed at the time, and I kept asking for a good book. Can anybody point me to a good book about, what we were learning about the tax laws and so forth? And nobody could. So being unemployed and a little bit like Joe or Paymon, I thought, well, I guess I got to write the book, but I'm not qualified. So I went to law school to get qualified to write a book, kept passing my classes, passed the bar exam. Next thing I know, people are lining up to hire me. Never advertised. I actually kind of like to keep a low profile. I'm actually an introvert. But anyway, so I've been practicing law. I still haven't written the darn book. And hopefully it'll be too late by the time I get around to it. Hopefully we'll be done with this nonsense. So that's how I got into the practice of law. I'm actually an engineer. That's what I like to do. And but I've been practicing law, and I'm telling you, this thing is inspired by Satan from day one. When the European powers lost the Revolutionary War, they didn't just disappear. They didn't put their tail between their legs and go home and hide. No, they got together and they decided, we're going to figure out a way to take this country down. We can't have this freedom stuff. And they've been hard at work at it ever since. So don't think this is something new. This has been going on since the day the ink dried on the Declaration of the Independence. And we got to teach our children that it's going to keep going on if we don't stay vigilant, sharpen our pencils and sharpen our swords, and that sword being the word of truth. So, with that said, I guess I should finish a little bit about Paymon. So he went this route, I went the other route, and our paths kept crossing, and we became friends. And after he was acquitted, Joe and I met through a really good friend of ours who's now deceased. God bless you, Leo, wherever you are. And we've been working together ever since. And that attorney that got Joe off, Jeff Dickstein, he's retired now, but he's paralegal for my law office also. So I've had the privilege of working with some really, really great people. Now, I have to say that when you get into this, it's a lot about damage control. The courts are so corrupt, as I just mentioned. What you're seeing, they're doing to Trump and these other people, this is not new. It's just that the little guy doesn't get the kind of press that these guys do. So actually, in a way, I hate to say it, Tina, but especially for Trump, thank God you're going through it, because now everybody can see it. It's in our face. So that's how we got started on all this. So what I want to do is kind of walk you through just a little tiny sliver of the tax law, just to show you how demonically inspired this thing is. What I'm touching on is the tip of the iceberg. The deeper we dig in, the more you'll see all kinds of doublespeak. The thing was intended to deceive from day one. Okay, and so, and as Paimon pointed out, but it bears reiteration, and that is, you know, the income tax hasn't really paid for anything except interest on the national debt, which we didn't have until the Federal Reserve, at least not significantly. It was true that the government would issue bonds and incur some debt, and that was primarily during war years. And of course, the European powers have tried to keep us at war, and that keeps us in debt. So this income tax is really about siphoning your labor, taking your time, and giving it to our enemies. I mean, there's really no better word for it. They're our enemies. And that's why we don't have time to pay attention to what's going on at City Hall. They've got us on a treadmill. And there's a lot of veterans in here. And you guys went out and you stood in the gap, let flying your way maybe, or maybe you were just in logistics. Doesn't matter. You took a stand, right? But here we've got a government. We saw in the Declaration of Independence where it says whenever government becomes destructive of the ends of liberty, it is the duty of the people to change it or abolish it. And we are at that place. The reason I'm here is even if what we're about to show you wasn't true, you would still have every legal right to stop paying your enemy to destroy your country. We're past that point of government having become destructive of those ends. But I'm going to show you how the fact is you never owed this tax. This is, like I say, this is going to be the tip of the iceberg. So with that, let's start off with slide 61, I believe it is. Okay, well, for my next number, press the button, please. Okay, well, what we're going to do, I would like to give you an example. Let's say, for example, let's take the word car. Everybody in here thinks they know what a car is, right? Automobile, car, yeah. But what if I was to make a legal definition that a car is anything with 4 legs and a leather saddle on it? Let's say that was the legal definition of a car, okay? You would all think you know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about a car. But if we're in court and we're dealing with the law, dealing with cars, and the definition is 4 legs and a leather saddle, you'd be like, this guy's nuts. You know, what is he talking about? And that's what we're going to get into. So, patriot mythologies, what are they? How dangerous to your freedom and wealth? Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, when I do that, that means push the button. There we go. So there's all kinds of stuff out there about, you know, why. Here's the problem that most patriots have when they get into this. And it's the same problem I had and why I decided I wanted to go to law school. Like I say, anybody who wants to go, it is now available. You can do online courses, fully accredited, sit for the bar, and I'll help you out because we need more attorneys who actually care. But what happens is that we try to think up legal theories for how they're getting away with this because we just can't accept the fact or face the fact that the courts are corrupt or that the government is corrupt. So we come up with these theories like, oh, it's the Uniform Commercial Code. That's how they're doing it. Wrong. The Uniform Commercial Code is for pretty much what it says, commerce, and it has procedures to facilitate commerce because let's say, for example, I call you up and I say, hey, send me 50 of those widgets you sent me last month. And you say, yeah, same price. I say, yeah, same price. And boom, we hang up the phone. Well, let's say I only get 40 of the widgets and 30 of them are damaged. And we don't have anything except our little phone call. How do we resolve that issue? The Uniform Commercial Code fills in those gaps and provides for a reasonable way of resolving those issues. I'm not going to explain all of these, but pretty much all of them are nonsense in terms of this is how the government's getting away with it. They're not getting away with it because of these things. The national sovereign and state citizenship. I wish we had a table up here. I don't know if I can do that. That'll work. K-Ross. Saved by the bell. Whether you like it or not, if you live in the States, you're probably a state citizen already. And declaring that to the federal government isn't going to change anything. 14th Amendment theories. There is a little bit of, first of all, there's a little bit of truth in all of these. The best lies always have the most truth in them. If I told you gravity pulls up, you'd say I'm nuts. But if I say, hey, it pulls down, but not quite toward the center of the earth, that's why the Coriolis effect goes one way in the northern hemisphere and a different way in the southern hemisphere, you might believe me. Because there's enough truth in there to where, I can hook you. So the more truth there is, the more believable the lie becomes. And so these theories all have a lot of truth in them. And I'm not saying that everybody that promotes them has some sort of bad intent. What I'm saying is that isn't the reason that we've got the problem. And these kinds of things aren't going to solve the problem. What we need to do is get our courts back. We need to get these evil people out of our government and out of the courts. Taxes are big. And secondly, think about it. If you had to go through all these gyrations to commit this fraud, it would still be fraud. So, the fact that we have some theory for it. But anyway, all of these are things that really have nothing to do with whether you owe the federal income tax or not. These are just theories that people come up with, and they've, expanded on them. We've got the Act of 1871, which was just redistricting of the municipality of District of Columbia. Now, indeed, that did create a corporation, like all municipal corporations, referred to as the United States, but that isn't how they're violating your rights. It's just something that some people have latched onto to think, oh, that must be how they're doing it. Not true. So you can take a look at this, and all of this is on Paymon's website. Next slide, please. Okay, so you're going to find out that the people who owe federal income taxes are citizens and residents of Washington, D.C., federal workers, contractors, and federal workers who work in Washington, D.C., not the people of the 50 states. Next slide. All right, well, here's the 1040 form. It says a U.S. individual income tax return. It doesn't say this is an income tax return for people of the state of Colorado. Now, Colorado may have an income tax return, and you'll find that almost every state that has an income tax bases it on what you owed on your federal income tax. So if you owed no federal income tax, you don't owe any state income tax. And as we'll see, if the federal government can't directly tax your labor, that's a fundamental right given by God. Neither can your state, because one of the conditions for being a member of the union, for a state becoming a member of the union, was a Republican form of government. And that had to respect the fundamental rights of the people. So we have an individual income tax. Who's this individual? Well, we're going to find out that it's not the 50 states, but it could apply to people that are living or working in the District of Columbia or otherwise deriving direct benefits from the federal government. Next slide. Okay, so this is, you'll see at the top there, it says uscode.house.gov. Everything we're going to show you here is coming right off the official government website. I encourage you, if you have a computer or phone, whatever you like, you can go to the site right now and follow along. The United States Code is made up of 50 titles. Each title is dealing with a particular subject area of law. As you can see, Title 8 is aliens and nationality. Title 19 is customs and duties. Title 26 is the Internal Revenue Code. Now, one of the things that you have to be aware of is the difference between a statute and a code section. What happens when Congress makes law, they get together and they, propose these bills. And some of these bills have thousands of pages in them. And they'll have bits and pieces of amendments or new laws that they want to enact or whatever, and they're all in the same bill. So that would be the statute. What the United States Code Service was charged with doing is taking all those statutes and breaking the sections out into the categories in which they belong. So when Congress makes an amendment to the tax law in this or that statute, then the U.S. Code Service is supposed to break that out and put that into the United States Code. So we cite the codes as law, but really the statutes are the actual law. And in most cases, you'll find that the code does read very closely or even precisely with the statute, but not in all cases. So it's always good to refer back to the statute if you have any doubt about what a code section is saying, because the statute would control. So here's a 1040 instructions. Next slide, please. And it says, the rules apply to all U.S. citizens. You can, regardless of where they live, and resident aliens. And these are your filing requirements. So we're going to find out who these people are. Next slide. So it says, Section 1 of the code imposes, well, first of all, this is actually 1-1 of the Code of Federal Regulations. So let me just give you a quick overview of what the regulations do. So Congress passes the law, makes it into code, and then they delegate it to an agency of the government to enforce and carry out the intent of that law. And so those agencies then make up regulations that they believe are will effectively carry out what Congress tried to pass. Now, in fact, just recently, and thank God for it, the Supreme Court overturned what they called Chevron deference. Now, a lot of people get a little bit confused about that, but basically what it wasn't an act of Congress, it was a rule in the courts on how they were going to treat the way the agency wanted to apply the law. And what the court said was, well, Congress delegated to this agency the responsibility to enforce this law. So we should defer to their judgment wherever it's not in direct or patent conflict with the Constitution or the statute itself. So I would ask the court, what is deference? Isn't that prejudice? Isn't that just a nice word for prejudice? There should be no deference to anybody. And as we'll see later, early on, the courts recognize that if there is a deference, it should be in favor of the citizen, not in favor of the government. Or they should just send the law back to Congress and say, fix it or strike it. After all, every law is a restriction of your freedom. We don't need to send. That's what I love about living in Nevada. The legislature only meets every other year. And so even though they're doing their level best to destroy Nevada, they haven't been as successful as they have been, say, in California right next door, because they only show up every other year. Which is great. I mean, we don't need more laws, we need less laws, and we need people of integrity enforcing them. For example, let's take homosexual marriage. 3 times the people of California said marriage is between a man and a woman. 3 times a single guy, a federal judge, struck it down. How is that possible? Secondly, marriage is a contract. Okay, if the people of California want to define a particular type of contract, they can do that. And none of that had anything to do with homosexual rights. Marriage is a contract. You can contract with anybody for anything. If 2 guys want to get together and form a contract that they're going to be, bud buddies for life, hey, go for it. But I have a really off-color joke that comes to mind, so I'm going to skip that. But But the point is, if the people of California want to give special treatment to married couples who can bear children, which replenish our population, and create businesses and so forth, they have every right to do that. So, the term, it says here, back one. There we go. Okay, Section 1 of the code imposes an income tax on the income of every individual. Doesn't say citizen, doesn't say resident of Colorado. In the income of every individual who is a citizen or resident of the United States. Well, we just learned, what is the United States? It's the 50 states in convention. So the way the founders looked at this was, the people come together in convention and form their state. So the state is the people in convention. Then the states got together and formed the United States. So, are you a resident of the United States? Well, before the 14th Amendment, you weren't. And that's why I say there is a little bit of validity to the 14th Amendment argument. But anyway, next slide now. The term United States may be used in any one of several senses. Could be merely the name of the sovereign. So, you know, the United States meets with France, which would be 50 states through their representative, the federal government, meeting with another state, the state of France. It may designate the territory or sovereignty of the United States to which it extends. It can also be the collective name of the states itself, which is the way most of us think of it. Next slide, please. So there you go. There's Washington, D.C. That's pretty much what the Act of 1871 created. And yes, it did become a municipal corporation, and they called it the United States. And there probably was some subterfuge involved in thinking that up. The machinations go deep. Next slide, please. So here we're back in the Code of Federal Regulations. So this is how the agency, the Internal Revenue Service, interprets it. It says, who is a citizen? Every person born or naturalized in the United States. Now, in this case, it could well, excuse my voice, by the way, I was intubated in 2018, and my vocal cords still aren't healed. But in this case, it could be referring to the geographical states, the 50 states, and subject to its jurisdiction. Now, that's where the problem lies. Does the federal government have jurisdiction here? No. They have jurisdiction over forts, arsenals, D.C., the territories, and then whatever lands within the state has actually ceded to the federal government, which means there's actually a title deed transferring ownership of the property to the federal government. So, for example, if the FBI, IRS, doesn't matter who, comes into your town and wants to harass somebody, even execute a warrant, technically they need the permission of the sheriff, and arguably the sheriff should be with them. The sheriff is the highest law enforcement official in the county. He can arrest a federal judge, he can arrest any federal agent, he can arrest a state judge, he can arrest anybody who he suspects of wrongdoing in the county. And that's why it is so important that you elect constitutional sheriffs. Next slide, please. Okay, so get your phone out and go, look up these codes as we're going along, just in case you have any doubts as to what I'm saying. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah. Okay, if you got a phone or... Yeah, Paymo wants you to get your smartphone out. I would say if you trust me, you don't have to, but anyway, if you got it, do it. All right, next slide. Get your smartphone and open your internet browser and type this search. Okay, so here, we just saw the Code of Federal Regulations. Now we're looking in Title 26, Internal Revenue Code, Section 7701. And it says, when used in this title, were not otherwise distinctly expressed or incompatible with the intent thereof. So these are the definitions that apply throughout the code, except for certain other sections, which I'm going to show you, which will become very pertinent. So we get to number 9. The United States, in Geographical sense includes only the states and the District of Columbia. Okay, so that sounds like, hey, that does include Colorado. Then we get down to state, number 10 here. It says the term state shall be construed to include the District of Columbia, where such construction is necessary to carry out the provisions of this title. Well, thank you. Okay, so let's leave a little question mark here. We've got this word includes, first of all, which does that word, should we interpret that as expansive? It means this plus everything else. It means our four-legged animal with a leather saddle on it, plus every other kind of animal and everything with four wheels. What does that word includes mean? Or does it mean, can it be translated as means? When used in a geographical sense, means only the states and the District of Columbia. The state shall be construed to mean the District of Columbia where such construction is necessary. I'm not going to answer that definitively yet. I'm not going to tell you what that means. Let's go to the next slide. So I think we've got some highlighting coming up on this. So here we are in one United States Code. So this is the very first title of the United States. And it's talking about words denoting number, gender, and so forth. And it says, singular shall include the several persons, parties, or things, and plural and the singular. And words imposing masculine gender include feminine as well. Okay, so here again you can see that they're using the word include as it really could be read means. So whenever you see the word include, you might ask yourself, should that word really be means? Now, something else I want to point out here because it's very pertinent to our day and time. It says the masculine gender include the feminine as well. We hear a lot about gender these days. Have you noticed that the word sex has disappeared? That's because there are two sexes, male and female. But humans and people and animals, they don't have genders. Only words have gender. So you have at least three genders. You have the masculine, the feminine, and the neutral. Him, hers, theirs. Okay? Words have gender. Humans, people, animals, they have a sex, male or female. And that's one of the first things they always do is confuse the language. They try to invert it. This is Satan's trick from day one. Next slide, please. I mean, what did he do in the garden with Eve, right? Oh, did God really mean that you're going to die? Next slide, please. Okay, so here we've got a Supreme Court case. Next slide, please. And we're talking in the Internal Revenue Code again. We're back at 7701. We just saw that, so we're going to go on to the next slide. We've got, notice, the 50 states are not listed here, okay? It's talking about the states in the District of Columbia, and then it says the state shall be construed to mean or include the District of Columbia. Now, maybe you think I'm splitting hairs here. Well, you'll see where I'm going with this in a minute. But notice, the 50 states aren't here. Next slide, please. So here we've got case Steinberg et al. V. Carhart. And this is in the 8th Circuit. And it's talking about a woman's right to an abortion and so forth, and citing Roe v. Wade. Next slide, please. And that's just year 2000. So when a statute includes an explicit definition, we have to follow that definition. Remember what I said about cars? We have to follow that definition, even if it varies from the term's ordinary meaning. We all know what a car is, right? But the legal definition controls. It's axiomatic that the statutory definition of the term excludes unstated meanings. Okay, just let that sink in. Just read that. I'm going to read it again. It's axiomatic. Does everybody know what axiomatic means? Okay, axiomatic means it's like so obvious it's impossible to be otherwise. It's like it's an axiom, like you have axioms in math and various other disciplines. So let's move on to the next slide. So here we have Gould v. Gould. This is an earlier Supreme Court case from 1917. Now bear in mind, This is only, 4 years after the 16th Amendment was allegedly ratified, which it was not. We have a case working through the courts right now on the ratification of the 16th. The interpretation of statutes levying a tax, it is established not to extend the provisions by implication beyond the clear import of the language used, or to enlarge the operations so as to embrace matters not specifically pointed out. This is the Supreme Court of the United States. In a case of doubt, they are construed most strongly against who? The government. And then they're citing another case here, U.S. v. Wigglesworth. So this isn't new to the Supreme Court, even at that time. And here recently, just in the last couple of months, I heard the justices pointing at that they're still reiterating this. Now, there's a lot of confusion in the circuit courts of appeal. And that's part of what we need to sort out. So, going back to our rule there about the definition of United States states, basically in number 9 we saw that the United States includes the states and the District of Columbia. And then it says states shall mean the District of Columbia. So, really, if that's, in a light most favorable to the government, we can't include the 50 states because we would have to imply or impute meaning that's not there. Okay? Now, people could argue about that, but includes means, and I didn't write this, and we're about to see why they wrote it that way. So now we're in Title 8 USC, the United States Code, dealing with aliens and nationality. It says definitions as used in this chapter, the term United States, except as otherwise specifically provided, means the continental United States, Alaska, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands of the United States. Next slide, please. Now we're in 28 USC, which is dealing with the judiciary. Definitions, section 3002. United States means, and notice that they didn't say includes there, they said means. United States means a federal corporation, an agency, department, commission, board, or other entity of the United States, or an instrumentality of the United States. And again, all of this is available for free on the Freedom Law School website. So feel free to take pictures, but also if you miss one, you can go back and get all of it. Next slide, please. So now we're in the 19 USC, which is customs and duties. Definitions. When used in this act, the term United States, used in a geographical sense, includes all territories, possessions of the United States, except the Virgin Islands, Canal Zone, American Samoa, Midway, Kingman Reef, Johnston Island, and the Isle of Guam. Okay, so you can see here that Congress, when they want to define what the United States means, they do so. Let's move on. Okay, here we are. We're back in the Internal Revenue Code, back in the definitions of Section 4612. These are special rules, and this has to do with environmental taxes. Did you know that they can tax you for having an environment? In general, the term United States means the what? The 50 states. And what else? The District of Columbia, Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, any possession of the United States or the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and the Trust Territory of the Pacific Islands. And then it goes on to say United States includes continental shelf areas and foreign trade zones. Next slide, please. As you can see, Congress included the 50 states. And we'll see this is fairly consistent. When they mean the 50 states, they say the 50 states. And we also know for sure, no matter what, that even if maybe it was a mistake, they certainly know how to do it in other definitions. If nothing else, I mean, worst case. So if there's an ambiguity, which way does that have to be construed? Against the government. All right, let's move on. So we're back in Title 26, Section 3121, defining wages. And what is wages? Wages means all remuneration for employment, including the cash value of all remuneration, including benefits, paid in any medium other than cash, except that such terms shall not include. And what it doesn't include is kind of interesting also. Next slide, please. So we're still in Title 26. We're dealing with FICA, Federal Insurance Contributions Act. For the purposes of this chapter, the term employment means any service, whatever nature, performed by an employee for the person employing, irrespective of the citizenship or residence of either within the United States or in connection with an American vessel, aircraft, or aircraft under contract, et cetera, et cetera. So we have United States here being clearly defined for the purposes of employment. And it's all referring to federally connected activities, a federally connected vessel, what do we have? Aircraft. We have employment of a citizen in the United States. And an American employer is defined in subsection H, et cetera, et cetera. Let's move on to the next slide. Employment is doing a certain specific activities within the United States. What does the United States mean for Chapter 21, Federal Insurance Contributions Act? Well, let's see. 26 Internal Revenue Code, we're still in the FICA section. State, United States, and citizen. For the purposes of this chapter, the term state includes the District of Columbia, Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, Guam, et cetera, et cetera. Now there, see how they switched back to the word includes? They didn't put means, they put includes. Why? Because that raises some ambiguity to what? To deceive you. And even worse, to deceive the courts. And let me tell you, they like being deceived when it turns the tables against the citizen. Notice that the state and term and United States definition do not include any of the 50 states. Now, we know they would have if they wanted to. We've just seen that. This shows the clear intent of Congress to exclude the 50 states. Because why? Because we can't impute something that's not there. Therefore, FICA taxes are not required to be paid by anyone from the 50 states. And like I say, I'm just showing you the tip of the iceberg. Okay, there is so much more to support what I'm saying here, but what we're trying to do is give you a clear glimpse into how this deception works. So, over here we have state includes District of Columbia, no 50 states there, and United States, when used in a geographical sense, again, no mention of the 50 states. Next slide, please. So now we're back at 7701. Now what do these mean? What do they mean? The United States includes the states and the District of Columbia. The term state shall be construed to include or mean the District of Columbia. So the United States means only the District of Columbia and the District of Columbia. Now, hey, maybe I'm wrong, but if there's an ambiguity, which way do we resolve it? Therefore, the income taxes only apply to people from Washington, D.C., and not the 50 states. Next slide, please. So, you are not a United States person. The term United States person is a term of art used in the code for various purposes. Let's move on to the next slide. So we're back here in 7701, which is the definitions, Internal Revenue Code.
When used in this title, and not otherwise distinctly expressed or manifestly incompatible with, the term United States person means a citizen or resident of the United States, a domestic partnership, a domestic corporation, an estate other than a foreign estate. So, as we realized earlier, the 50 states, each one is a sovereign nation, a sovereign country. We came together to create a union of states. The founders did not intend, nor have we ever said, that the states relinquish powers to the federal government. Rather, they delegated to their servant, the federal government, certain of their powers. Okay? So the states didn't give up any power. They simply delegated to the federal government certain of those powers. So a foreign estate would be any estate outside of D.C. And again, maybe I'm wrong, but it's at best it's ambiguous. Yeah. So an accord within the United States is able to exercise primary supervision over the administration of the trust. Okay, so let's say, for example, you have a trust in Colorado, and there's a question that comes up about your trust. Do you go to federal district court to resolve that? No. They'll kick it out. They'll say it's not a federal question. There's two kinds of federal jurisdiction. There's what we call diversity jurisdiction, where it's suits between people of different states. And then there's federal question jurisdiction, which are questions that arise under the Constitution. So a foreign trust would be any trust outside the United States, which would which would mean then the 50 states. Next slide, please. So the Internal Revenue Code itself, as a business owner, says that you are not involved in a trade or business. Here again, we're getting into this thing about what is a car, okay? Many people here have their own businesses, right? So you think you're involved in a trade or business? Next slide, please. You are not required to file information returns. This is from the IRS website, by the way. You can see a link down here to irs.gov, and you can go to irs.gov and look this stuff up. Again, this is all on the website, so don't think you have to write that whole thing down this second. But it says you're not required to file these returns, information returns, if you're not engaged in a trade or business. And I don't want to get into that because we want to keep this as simple and straightforward as possible. But anyway, you are not engaged in a trade or business. The payment was made to another business that is incorporated, but was not for medical or legal services. So that means that if you make a payment to any other business and it's not for legal or medical services, you're not required to file an information return. The sum of the payments made to the person incorporated was less than $600 a year. Now that's the one that all the accountants get stuck on. Oh, did you make more than $600 last year? Well, you better file. Okay, next slide, please. So, what is the definition of a trade or business? You're going to love this. We're in the Internal Revenue Code, same section, 7701. We're down at subsection 26. The term, when used in this title, not otherwise distinctly, manifestly incompatible, the term trade or business includes, which could be means, the performance or functions of a public office. Now I want to dive into this word includes just a little bit. Let's say we wanted to make that expansive. Let's say includes means and everything else. Well, it has to be something of the same classification. Okay, if I say, the term car, includes anything with four legs and a saddle, and you wanted to expand on that, you couldn't include something made of metal with four wheels. It would have to be something at least of the same classification. Like, does a pony count? Well, maybe that's included, So we can argue about what includes means, but I'm telling you, the reason it's there is to create confusion and to deceive. What it really should be read as is means. And we're talking about definitions here. We can see that they can be very precise when they need to be. But when they don't want to be precise, when they want to muddy the waters, this is one of the ways they do it. Oh, it includes. So that leaves the door open for some judge to say, oh, well, that means everything. Everybody knows that. So that's kind of what goes on. Next, but anyway, how many of you are, involved in performing the functions of a public office? Not too many. Now there might be, for example, a contractor. Let's say they aren't an elected official. They don't actually work for the government. But let's say, for example, the city government goes out and contracts with somebody to cite cars that haven't paid their parking meter amount, and the parking meter's expired. And so that contractor may be able to do that. But when they're doing that, they would be performing the function of the public office. So in this case includes, I'll give them a break. It could be appropriate where perhaps somebody's not actually working directly for the government, but is performing the function of a public office. Next slide, please. So we're still in the Internal Revenue Code, subtitle F, which is Procedures and Administration, in definitions at 7701. And we're at section 1 here for the purpose of this title, other than subtitle B. Now, I want to just clarify something right there. The Internal Revenue Code's divided into several subtitles. We have subtitle A, which is income tax, subtitle B, which is estate and states and trusts, subtitle C, which is employment, which when you research that, you'll find that goes right back to subtitle A. There is no employment unless there's first a subtitle A connection. And then it says that it includes a resident alien and non-resident alien who is neither a citizen or there we go. An individual is a non-resident if such an individual is neither a citizen of the United States nor a resident of the United States. So technically, we're all non-resident aliens according to this definition. Since the United States for tax purposes generally includes only the District of Columbia, anyone who is not from the District of Columbia and does not live in the District of Columbia is a non-resident alien for federal tax purposes. Anyone from outside of the District of Columbia on Earth, whether from Japan, France, Egypt, etc., or any of the 50 states who does not live or reside in the District of Columbia is a non-resident alien for federal tax purposes. Pretty straightforward. Again, unless we want to muddy the water, in which case we have to construe it in favor of the citizen. Next slide, please. So we're back in the Code of Federal Regulations here. So we're talking about who is a citizen or resident of the United States and, to the extent provided by sections 871, 877, on the income of a non-resident alien individual of the United States. So if this income tax is going to be imposed, and we just realized we are non-residents with respect to DC, it's only under 871 or 877 that we could become liable for the tax. Next slide, please. So we're still in 26 here, Title 26. We're on income connected with the United States, graduated rate of tax. The imposition of the tax. A non-resident alien individual who is engaged in a trade or business. Well, we're back to the car issue again. We just realized that a trade or business, for legal definition, is a performance of the functions of a public office. We can't impute or expand upon that. The courts have already told us that. Next slide, please. Which doesn't? Oh, right, I agree. It makes no sense at all, but that's the way Congress defined it. You're catching on, exactly. Think of the definition of a car. I'm telling you, from the day one, this was written and intended to deceive. The second plank of the Communist Manifesto is a graduated income tax. You don't think that, and when did Karl Marx come out with that? In the mid-19th century, 1850 something, okay? And what was that born out of? When you research where Karl Marx came from, it's all the same people. These are the money powers of Europe. Most of them are Satanists. They have been out to destroy this country. I mean, from the central bank, we've had 3 central banks. We can go on and on. The iceberg goes deep. We're just looking at the tip, but bingo, you got it. Next slide, please. The performance of a public office, District of Columbia. That's really what it's saying, using their definitions. These aren't my definitions. That's why we said, get out your smartphone and look it up right now if you find this absolutely unbelievable. If you didn't see it, which most of us don't, right? Who has time to research the tax code, you would never believe. If I just told you this, if I walked up to any of you on the street and said, hey, you know, trade or business means just holding of a public office, you'd be like, get away from me, man. You'd think I'm nuts. But there it is. That's the way they do it. Next slide, please. So these were the 13 colonies we have in 1776, we had 13 independent countries with a population of about 2.5 million. In 1789, the states created an agent headquartered in Washington, D.C., to be known as the United States government. They delegated 18 specific common functions to this agent, the U.S. government. These powers included common defense, currency, immigration rules, commerce between states, foreign countries, etc. Now, could we take that word included there and say, well, that also means the raising of your children? No. So even if we want to use an expansive look at the word includes as expansive, it still has to stay within the category of what they're talking about. These countries all kept their other functions and powers to themselves. Next slide, please. And the 10th Amendment reaffirmed that. It said powers not delegated to the United States. And what are they talking about there? They're talking about that government. They're not talking about the 50 states. They're talking about the federal government. By the Constitution or attributed to it by the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. And there again, we're just reversing that coming together we come together in Congress. We get together, we form a state, then the state forms the union. Sorry, the word escaped me there. It'll come to me as soon as I walk off the stage. Next. Yeah, it's Supreme Court. Yeah, well, the Roe versus Wade issue was simply the court recognizing that that was never a federal question. The federal government has no business, deciding what people get to do with their babies, when they're still in their bodies or what. It's a state issue. That's all that the Supreme Court said. Yeah, and same way with the Chevron deference. They're just saying, look, the courts shouldn't be giving deference to anyone. They're supposed to be impartial. So Washington, D.C. was made to be independent of the states, so it would not be put under pressure of any one state. That was the intent. Of course, when you get, we do have a really great system of government. I believe it is the best system out there. But any system, no matter how good it is, if you get evil people in there, they're going to do evil. And that's just the way it is. And so I'm not saying we need to do away with the Constitution. What I'm saying is we need to go back to it. We need to roll back a lot of these ridiculous laws. Congress thinks it has the power to do anything, and it really doesn't have even half the power that it thinks it has. Okay, next slide, please. So we're back in the Code of Regulations, back at 1.1. Now what does this mean? United States and subject to its jurisdiction. Are you subject to its jurisdiction? Well, maybe if some federal question comes up, you could be. There are things that are legitimately there. The Bureau of Land Management's a big one out west here. It's a federal agency. We have a lot of federal lands. And why do we have those federal lands? Well, because the states actually, when they were young, and the West was young, we didn't have big populations, they didn't want to be managing all this territory. They didn't have the resources to do that. So they just said, hey, we'll let the federal government do that until we take it, and then slowly we see that we see those lands sometimes coming into the states, and oftentimes not. Okay, next slide, please. So, direct taxes. Here's Article 1, Section 2, talking about direct taxes. Oh, okay. The shepherd's hook. Yes.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Yes. Oh, great. Folks, we're going to take a lunch break pretty soon, but let me cover this area a little bit more because I think you guys will have fun with this, with this whole thing. So so Peter covered the code, right? The law that you clearly see you're not a person required to file income tax. That deceived you with definitions, right? It's how you define things. I'm 100% for life-affirming, gender-affirming care. You can tell that to everybody in the original definition, not their corrupted definitions. You see how that is? Also, I'm a liberal. I am generous. I'm giving. Thomas Jefferson was liberal. They're not liberal. They are communists, socialists, totalitarians, tyrants. Please, someone got a paper out, they call them liberals. Cross out liberal. Put communists. You got to stop using their language, folks. Satan deceives you with language. They call themselves progressive. Really? Going back to slavery is progress? No, that's regression going back to slavery. God, all his definitions is key. Stop using language. So I don't want to hear nobody say, my liberal friend or liberal publication. No. Call them what they are. They hate it when you call them communists, because that's what it is. Okay? Founding fathers made sure that will not happen to you. They limited the federal government's taxing power. Let's put it on there, the yellow guys. They put an article in one section to do with the Constitution. Okay? This is all from government's own websites. Direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers. What does that mean? Let's hold on to this. Okay? So apportionment is divided up. So taxes were to be divided up among the states, and also the representatives and House of Representatives. So, and the states collected the tax because it was horse and buggy back then. Federal government could not send agents all across the states. The states took 10% as a commission, gave the rest to the federal government. Next slide, which you will see in the next slide, the very first direct tax by the federal government. On top right, it says July 14, 1998. A direct tax, 1798, a direct tax of $2 million laid. Look at the top. An act to lay and collect a direct tax within the United States. Now, this United States is a union states. The other United States is the D.C. government's United States. You see that distinction now? They use the United States, but you're going to see what they're talking about. This is the all-union state. A direct tax of $2 million shall be and hereby is laid upon the United States and apportioned to the states, respectively, in the manner following. To the state of New Hampshire, $77,705.36 and 2 mills. Every state is listed. You know what mill is? Is when you go to a gas station, what's gas? $3.49 and 9/10. That 9 mils over 10, that's what that is. Yeah. That's how it was done. Repeatedly in 1800s was done this way. But they wanted to enslave you, the international banksters. Okay? So, next slide. So what they did, they put out the 16th Amendment pretending that the Constitution was changed with the 16th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution when it was not. Let's read it. Okay? So Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived without apportionment among the several states. Oh, so now we are led to believe there's no need for that direct taxes to be divided among the states and billed to the states like you saw. They pretended that. Next slide. Okay. But the Supreme Court, and by the 16th Amendment was in 1913, took place. And it was challenged in its courts at the Supreme Court in Stanton versus Baltic Mining Company in 1916. Let's go next slide. Refers to this Bruce Shaber case. So, that in 1913 said the 16th Amendment is constitutional. What they did, they asked a wrong question and got the wrong answer. Nobody argued that it applies only to people of Washington, D.C. Okay? So that's why, and territories at the time. That's why they got the wrong answer. And it's an indirect tax, because it cannot be a direct tax, as you'll see. The Bruce Shaber case, yeah? Right, but nobody argued about the status of the entity, right? Yeah, it was a setup. It was a deliberately set up job. So Bruce-Haber case, now they refer to the next slide. They say what the Bruce-Haber case said in an easy to understand way. Next slide, guys, back there. Okay. So by the previous ruling, the Bruce-Haber case, it was settled that the provisions of the 16th Amendment conferred no new power of taxation. So, if before the 16th Amendment, the federal government could not do direct tax on you, like with the 1040 form, how could they do it now? They can't. But who reads court cases, folks? Nobody just about. Just some lawyers, right? So that's how they tricked us to believe that 16th Amendment gave Congress new taxing power when the Supreme Court said it did not. Next slide, okay? You say, well, Payman, how are they doing it then? The income tax is completely constitutional. What they did, they used this power in Article 1, Section 8 to exercise exclusive legislation, lawmaking power. In all cases whatsoever over such district, which will become the seat of the government of the United States. And like authority over all places for erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings. In other words, the federal government was given power to do whatever it wanted to do in D.C. and its lands. D.C. was a swampland, by Virginia and Maryland, the federal government. They can say, do what you want. Nobody lives there. So that's why they give that authority over that United States. So they're using the power they got over United States and D.C. by pretending that United States is the 50 states. Next slide. And it's not the next slide. See here, furthermore, Article 5, Section 3, Congress shall have the power to dispose and make all needful rules and regulations respecting a territory or property belonging to the United States. You'll see income tax law, FICA, Social Security taxes, none of them apply to 50 states. They apply in D.C. or U.S. territories. And that's why it's constitutional. It's completely lawful over there, not here in the 50 states. Next slide. So again, come back to this Code of Federal Regulation 1.1-1. Put it on. Who is a citizen? Okay, let's put the yellow on. Every person who's born or naturalized in the United States as subject to its jurisdiction. That's the key point of that slide. Singular United States, not the 50 states. If it was the 50 states, it would say subject to their jurisdiction. Got it? It's singular Washington, D.C. jurisdiction. Okay? We're going to highlight that next time, guys. Next slide. So that's why Supreme Court in Downs versus Bidwell in 1901 case, 5-4 majority said this. It was a convoluted case. I had to summarize it because it was 4 different judges said it's wrong, don't do it. 5 different decisions judges said it's okay. Okay? The Constitution does not necessarily apply to the territories. Wow. Really? The people in U.S. territories don't have the rights that we have. Right to free speech, jury trial. They don't apply to territories or D.C. Instead, the U.S. Congress has jurisdiction to create law within the territories, federal lands, in certain circumstances, particularly those dealing with revenue or taxes, which would not be allowed by the Constitution for the U.S. states. See, they wrote the law in 1913 based upon the Supreme Court case, applying only to D.C. and or territories. There was a tax between Puerto Rico and other U.S. territories. They threw it up there to get that decision out of the Supreme Court. So that's why, though, The income tax law is constitutional. FICA's constitutional. Social Security laws are constitutional over there. Not here. Next slide. So I'm going to show you the 1913, the very first income tax law. Okay? Next slide. It says right there, every citizen of the United States, person residing in the United States, a tax of 1%. This is it. This is a 1913 law. But what United States is it? Let's go next slide, and we'll see. Because the next slide will show you the definition of the United States. Okay, there's a tax rates 1 to 6%. First it was 1%, not anybody making over 20,000 or more, which was in today's money would be $2 million or more. You paid 1%. Yeah. The last one, 6%, was you made over 500,000, over 50 million you made in today's money. So you see, you got the camel's nose under the tent. The court says constitutional, very low rates, only very rich applies to them. Yeah, it's all, nobody cares. But gradually, they raise the rates. You see, that's how they, just like corruption, FBI, DOJ. It didn't start with Donald Trump or January 6th. Been going on for a long time. It's just more obvious in your face now. Next slide. And would you look at that? The definition of a term in the United States is that 1913 law on the top. 1913. That the word state or United States, when used in this section, see, shall be construed to include any territory, Alaska, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and the Philippine Islands, when such construction is necessary to carry out these provisions. Do you see any of the 50 states listed there? Not one. Right, Garrett? Do you see that 50 states? Any of them in there? 1913 tax law, folks? Right? But they mentioned Philippines? No. Because it never applied to the 50 states, and they knew it. Okay? Next slide. Okay. So guess what? In 1954, the definitions became part of Section 7701 that you saw earlier when used in this Title 26. Next slide. Okay? And look at the United States and state now in A9 and 10 defined. United States in the geographical sense includes only the states, territories of Alaska and Hawaii and D.C. State, same thing, right? Territories and District of Columbia. All the other territories, the United States were taken up, but they were in states, right? They left in the states, like Puerto Rico is in states. Next slide. By 1959, look at the change. Here's what they did. They amended the law, second line at the end, amended by striking out the territories of Alaska and Hawaii and inserting the territory of Hawaii because Alaska became a state. Its people could not be taxed. Look at, again, next one. Under definition of state, against, go back. On the second line, right, on toward the end. They amended that state definition by striking out territories and inserted instead, in lieu thereof, territory of Hawaii. So the only territory left was Hawaii. No other territory is there, and there's Alaska, right? You see it anywhere? Any other territories or Alaska? No. Only Hawaii and D.C. are left, right? Let's go next slide. Look at this one in 1960 on the top. July 12, 1960. They changed the law again. Again, the first one you see, second line toward the end, the amending United States definition by taking out the territory of Hawaii. The following in J, again, second line, they take out in state definition, striking out territory of Hawaii. Hawaii is no longer a territory. Yeah, that's right. Territory Hawaii. Why? Why they take out territory Hawaii? Became a state, and that's exactly. Go back. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Territory Hawaii. Hawaii's out. Hawaii's out, and they made the law effective. Look at that. The last one. They made these amendments effective August 21st, 1959. They had to backdate the law. Next slide. To the day Hawaii became a state. The lawmakers in Congress, the lawyers who write the law, know this. They deliberately did all this. See? So it's not like they don't know what the heck they're doing. They know what they're doing. But we didn't know what they were doing. We were kept ignorant. We were treated like mushrooms. Kept in the dark, throw a bunch of BS at them, and watch them grow. Right? Now we're no longer mushrooms. Okay? Next slide. So this is a common question that comes up when people see this. They say, but my employer takes from my paycheck. Can I stop that? Yes, you can. Your employee, you can stop withholding from your paycheck by going for free to freedomlawschool.org. Everything you saw and you will see is at freedomlawschool.org for free. Use it. And I will tell you again and again today, as you're driving in your car, I know you're stuck there, every one of you, put it to work. I know you will not mostly sit down and just watch it. You will not make the time. You're too busy. So use that dead driving time to educate yourself. Otherwise, it's not going to happen, realistically. We have questions at the end, guys, okay? We have questions. Next slide. Now, after lunch break, I'll cover this topic. Stop filing income tax forms. Why? Because you literally do it yourself. Why did I put this? Because the guy got my milk from. I told him that. He said, Paymon, I know you about the law, but I'm still going to do the safe thing and file my taxes anyways. And I thought, oh my gosh. He doesn't realize, and you don't know, the thing that gives IRS's power is that doggone form. You'll see, you sign under oath. So let's take a break for lunch. It's right now about 10 after. For an hour and a half, folks, we're behind schedule. I'm sorry. So let me warn you guys. After, try not to get segued into conversations in the hallway out there or out there. The sooner you are here, we can start. Ideally, we can do it in an hour and 20 minutes. If not, an hour and a half. Be there, we'll start. We got a lot to cover, okay? Because the good stuff is left for the end. The solutions are at the end. So be here at 1:40 or earlier, ready to start. 1:40 or earlier, ready to start.
Are we ready? It looks like everybody here in the room heard when to come back, and because of that, because you did wrap it up in time and choke down that lunch real fast and get right back in your seats, you got a little treat. Nobody knew about, not on the schedule, and so you guys get it. The early bird gets the worm, right? Al, come on up. Al's going to talk to you for a few minutes here, and then we'll start the program.
Thank you very much. I am Al Fritz, and I'm from Denver. I'm from Colorado here. And unfortunately, like many states in our country, we've become a carbon copy of Washington, D.C. These lights are immense, strong. So we're just like the cabal of the D.C. government, not only through our states, but our public schools. But I and thousands of others have found tacticalcivics.com, which is a Christian conservative member organization of We the People to restore our republic. How, you ask? By bringing together 0.5% of every county in the country. There are 3,100 plus counties, and we are in 1,600 of them, half of the counties already. Our membership last year was about 800. Our membership just this month turned 8,000, and that's national. We now say enough is enough. We're not going to allow our elected servants to rule over us anymore, but that now we will oversee them using our ancient public institutions of the People's Panel, which I have a book out there that everybody needs to read called The People's Panel, and the grand jury to hold them accountable for their actions. The grand jury was utilized by our founding fathers against the crown. So we are looking to enact that same group, organization, along with a militia to support that if the county sheriffs are not willing to do that. Our our first right is our project to get 27 more legislators to vote yes to the original article of the Bill of Rights. Most people don't know there was originally 12 articles to the Bill of Rights. The very first being a House district less than 50,000, one person representing less than 50,000 people. Today, some of our elected officials represent over 1 million people. And this will allow our 31,000 small towns to finally have a voice of their own. That will mean 6,800 men and women in Congress. Obviously, the Capitol will not hold that, but COVID proved that we can be governed with our governed legislators from within our state in small territories. Excuse me. I feel my voice carries so well that I don't need this, but utilizing these principles and the collected effort of those men and women around the country committed to exercising our duty and authority to enforce the Bill of Rights and the Constitution of this United States, we will restore the liberty and freedoms given to us by God, fought for by our founding fathers, and secured through those two great documents. Please get out your pens and papers and write this down. tacticalcivics.com/video. Watch the 12-minute video that clearly states who we are, what we're about, and how we will change the future for the better. Thank you very much.
One more time, Phil. Write that down.
tacticalcivics.com/video. There's a 12-minute video, says who we are and what we're all about.
Got it down.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, thank you. All right, next up is Joe Oltmann. Now, Joe is the founder of FEC United, and he's a Colorado businessman. He owns a business with a firearms retailer, as well as automotive repair and a data firm. So he has a diverse background in business. He's also a podcaster, as far as Conservative Daily, where he shows his views on social media. Come on up, Joe. The time is yours. It's all good.
So normally when I come here, I watch comedians. So I have a joke for you. Joe Biden. I told you I had a joke for you. I didn't tell you it'd be. Well, it is kind of funny. It's sad, though. It really is sad. You know, what's that? Yeah, it is elder abuse. Unfortunately, he did a lot of damage over 40 years, so this thing called karma, it just caught up to him. Why am I here today? Heyman asked me, he says, hey, Joe, do you have slides? And I was like, no. You have a speech? No. Last night I was in Grand Junction, and we did a showing of Let My People Go. And I've been doing this zigzag across the country with Mike Lindell, and because I want to really make Frank's speech something special. And we've grown by almost 250% since I took over operations in February. And since I took over the cost structure for them, we've reduced costs by like 80% because everyone seems to take advantage of Mike Lindell. And I'm not happy about that. But what it made me realize as I started walking through this over the last 4 years is that we all feel like we're a little invisible. We feel like there's nothing we can do. And so last night I talked about what we can do. And like, where are we right now? Like, where are we biblically? If you had to put it inside of a timeline and you were looking at all of the things that God told you, that the warning signs, where are we? And so then I tried to break it down to the last 100 years. And I think that this has been a difficult week for me because I'm flying everywhere, doing all these things, but there's a subtle realization that they're going to steal the election in November. And I was talking to Mark about it, and I said to Mark, Mark and Garrett, who you'll hear from later, I said, no, they're 100% they're going to steal the election. They don't have a choice. Because we're so, it's like somebody just lifted the veil. It feels like the Wizard of Oz. Yeah, we got there, and there's this big, just ominous figure. And then somebody hears a voice and walks over and lifts back the curtain, and it's just this Ben Shapiro-looking guy. Sorry. And we're afraid of that. So we know that they're going to have to steal the election. We know that they're desperate. We can see the desperation when Joe Biden got on stage. We know that what we've been talking about for 4 years has been true. That they haven't told us the truth about anything. Not about COVID or the origins. Not about the vaccine. Not about the treatments for COVID. And they told us it was horse paste. And the media got out there and has done an immense amount of damage to us. They are our enemy. And you're all conspiracy theorists, and you're misinformation and disinformation, and they are still repeating it, even though they know that no one is listening to them. They're not listening. Everyone I talk to, left, right, I spend time, by the way, I don't enjoy always going into a place where everyone agrees with me. I want to go into the place where they want to eat me like a sandwich. You want to know why? Because I have an opportunity. And I grew up very hard. I never saw a fight I didn't like. I had to teach myself to be a good father. Unfortunately, my parents were kids having kids. I did grow up in the hood. I did grow up very poor. I've been blessed immensely. Can't figure out why. I feel guilty for it, actually. And I have an interracial family. My dad's black, my mom's white, my whole family's interracial. I've converted every one of them to not being a Democrat. I broke it, yeah. And I laugh because I say that I'm from bad stock because I grew up very poor. But my dad taught me something when I was young, and he said, look, what's right is rarely popular, and what's popular is rarely right. Always take the hard road. And so I've lived my life by that. And so we're here, and we were having these conversations, and I'm traveling all over the place, and I'm doing this stuff, and I was like, man, what difference am I really making? Because they use the media, and they use these lies to convince us that we're losing. But we're not. Just like they haven't told us the truth about everything. The millions of illegals that are here that we're now paying for, that we're walking over our veterans and people in the poorest communities. And I'm going to get to how this all ties into what Payman's actually talking about. But I want you to understand when you work the problem, you have to understand the foundation of that problem. And we have to look at, okay, am I willing to take risks? So now let me get to where we are in history. We are on the beaches of Normandy right now. There's no difference than those 18 to 25-year-olds that ran towards the beach under the illusion of freedom. It wasn't even freedom that they were fighting for. It was the illusion of freedom. The words democracy were not used when they ran onto the beaches. Those have been instilled and abused and changed in front of us over the last 30 years. They were first introduced when they went into Korea. And then after that, when they went into Vietnam, when we lost almost 59,000 Americans. And most of you, I'm like, by the way, I'm a walking encyclopedia of worthless information. I am. I should play Jeopardy. But I say that we're on the beaches of Normandy because those men knew that they'd never be fathers. They'd never see their grandkids. They had a 50% chance of dying. And the 50% only became the 50% after the 9th wave of soldiers running towards the beach. The 9th. So what were the chances for the first wave that volunteered to go on the beach first? What were the chances for the second wave? How about the third wave and the fourth wave? And why were they willing to give up so much for you? And when you put it in that perspective, it changes everything. It changes your responsibility. It changes your obligation. It makes you look at all the gifts and blessings that you have. And it makes you look at it from a different lens. What did they give you? And why did you deserve it? And so when I say that we're on the beaches of Normandy, I look at it and go, man, I've had such an amazing life. My life has been, I'm like the Forrest Gump of business. I have no idea how it happened. I just look up and I'm like, I know how to fix that. And they're like, really? And I'm like, Gen A. They can't take my joy, by the way. They can take my life, they can take a lot of things, but they can't take my joy and they can't take my salvation. And that's what those men operated on, was unbelievable faith. That it didn't matter what happened to them, the greater good would always be served. And yet they watched men fall. And what have we seen happen of late? Peter Navarro goes to jail. Steve Bannon goes to jail. President Trump is charged in unprecedented cases with novel arguments on how he broke the law. Ridiculous arguments, unlawful arguments. We watch as people inside of our communities are ostracized. White people are now racist. You're not allowed to have conversations with your black and brown and green and yellow and purple friends. We're taught to look at each other differently, to be divided. And yet people are falling all around us. People are falling for it. We find out that the person that ran the feminist movement, dating all the way back to the 50s and 60s, were CIA agents. That's true. That Planned Parenthood was put in effect by Margaret Sanger, who wanted to kill minorities. I had a family member that was hung in the 60s by a tree in Middleburg, Virginia. I know what racism looks like. Yet all of the things that they're shooting at us, they're not bullets yet. What they are is that there are things designed to take down our brothers and sisters around us. They're distractions. They're designed to take out leaders. But yet I hear people talking about the fact of, well, what can I do? I'm just one person. I feel kind of invisible. We can't even get along. Like, even if we agree, people are just more Christian or they're more conservative. Well, they have, I finally have a voice and I'm going to take it. And, oh, don't go talk to Sally because, Sally, she's just got a strong personality. I get along with everybody. Where's Linda? Where's Linda? Linda left? She's a strong personality. People would call me, it's like, hey, Linda. And I'm like, I love Linda. How can you love Linda? I'm like, because she's fighting. Yeah, but she doesn't do it the way I want to do it. And I'm thinking to myself, she's doing it. I don't care how the ditch gets dug, dig it. And you'd say, oh my gosh, I can't believe you get along with him. There are people that I don't get along with. The treasure hunter. Some of you guys know who I'm talking about. There are people that I can't stand, but those are frauds. Those are people that are designed out there to actually keep us divided. The beaches of Normandy are the people falling. I will fall. I'm in the first wave. I'm okay with that. I've made peace with that. Mike Lindell is under an immense amount of attacks. He will probably fall. Some of the other speakers you're going to talk to, I pray they don't fall. I pray for them. But they may fall too. I'm in the first wave. Chances of me not getting taken out are slim to none. Slim left town and none died. And yet I'm okay with it. And you would say, wow, that's terrible. That's a manifestation. No, it's not. It's a realization that I chose to go first. And it should be okay. I'm not asking for pity. I'm not asking for anything. I'm just asking you to do something. To be in the second or the third or the fourth or the fifth or the sixth wave. To be willing to sacrifice something so much greater than yourself. I have 2 kids who have never, they've never gone without. I did my job. I wasn't their friend, I was their father. And in a lot of ways, I'm not your friend, I'm your brother. See, there's a difference. And so it gets down to, if I have to make a sacrifice, what is my sacrifice? What is the level by which I'm willing to sacrifice? Well, if you want to starve off something that's bad. You take away the thing that feeds it. Okay? And it could cost you money. It could cost you your life. It could cost you going to jail. This is the best part. Whenever I go talk to someone, and I'm like, Gideon 300, get in the gap, go up there. They're like, Johnny's got soccer practice at 5. If I go to jail, I got to go to jail between 3 and 5. Think I can get that handled? You know, the judge's going to have to see me first. No contingency plan. And I'm here to tell you, you might go to jail. You might lose your life. You might lose your reputation. I used to have a flawless reputation. Now I Google myself and I'm like, that is a good story. It's not true, but I like it. And Garrett on the way up, he's like, they wrote this article about you, Joe. And I was like, ooh. Because they didn't even call me. Do you know this guy, Eric? And I was like, Mashbach. I was like, that's an Antifa kid. But I don't care. Because reputation, which we're so ingrained that that's important. Reputation. Well, people that know me know who I am. They know me. And the people that don't, like my son's girlfriend, who stayed away from me for like 9 months, I kid you not, she was like, I was like, where are you going? She's like, not near you. And then one day, I had a conversation with her. And my son has always told her, she's like, my dad is awesome. Which I paid him a lot of money to say that. So it went really well. But we sat down and we talked over a glass of wine. And that's all it took. And I wanted to hear her. She went to University of Denver, so and my son did too. So they have this proclivity to not maybe do things past the TikTok video, but they're both very, very smart. In other words, they don't scratch the surface. They don't dig into things that they find. They don't want to know the answer. So I just started giving them the answers, and I'm like, it's okay, though. I'm going to love you where you are, not where I want you to be. But reputation is the thing that led her. She loves my son. My son loves her. Led her to the place where she was afraid to have a conversation with him. Once she did, guess what happened? It changed. So you have to be willing to withstand the punches. President Trump withstands the punches. He's also in the first wave. By the way, he was the first person to run towards the beaches of Normandy. Right? And how many times has he been shot? He's been hit more times than Joe Louis. So then it gets to how do we fix it? Like how do we fix it? And who is ready to be on the second wave? And who's ready to be an ambassador for truth and recruit others to be on the second wave? See, this isn't just about, how do we just stick it to the man? The Bible's very clear, give up to Caesar what is Caesar's. But right now you pay 56 cents on every dollar to the government. 56. You are less than a half of a person. The reason why both parents have to work is because they've taken too much meat off the bone. Education is degraded to almost a place where it's laughable, mostly in Democrat-controlled environments because they want to do as much harm as they can to black people. I'm just going to call it what it is. Our problem is the rotted apparatus of the judiciary, also funded by your dollars. We have a rot institutionally everywhere, and you are an institutional slave. And as you look to your left and your right, like, well, I have freedom. And a comedian laughed and said, hey, you have more freedom. You can do whatever you want. I can be a lady next month. And I'm thinking to myself, that's not freedom. That's retardation. $10? Good. I'm right on time then. So what do? How do we work this problem? How do we stop giving up to Caesar what doesn't belong to Caesar? How do we put more money into the mouths of our children? How do we have better education? Because right now we don't have it. Nothing. We don't have anything as Americans. They walk past us every time they get a chance because it's like Stockholm Syndrome. We're in love with something that does not love us back. And it's not our country that doesn't love us back. It's the elitism that we have inside of our country that does not love us back. They have already called us stupid. They've already called us apathetic. They've called us lazy. They've said, but they'll believe anything we tell them. And they're not. And now they're frustrated because they're not believing it. 4 years ago, I played football with gang members and guys that are a little rough. And I flag football. I can still throw a football 60 yards on a string. Not bragging, I just can. If you got a football, I'd love to throw it with you. Right? But I played with it when I started in this battle that I didn't want to be in. Because even like business, everything else, I just seemed to be like something stuck to my foot, and I end up in the middle of something I don't want to be a part of. Right? These guys were like, Joe, there's a Trumpster coming. Trump, 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 Trump. And I played with them for the last 12 years. And they loved me because I loved them. I was my brother's keeper. I would show up. If they got arrested, I'd be right there. If I thought it was wrong, I was there. I was helping them through. I've always been that guy. 4 years later, I show up. They surround me. They love on me. They wear Trump 2024 shirts. Right? But they didn't start out that way. They literally say, Joe, you can leave your gun in the car because we got you. I'm like, all right, this is weird. I hope you guys are all on my side. And don't let it fall out of your waistband when you're running for the end zone. I need you to catch the ball. But so there's a tide that's shifting. And we're realizing that it's okay. We're good people. We're Americans. And they're not on our side. It is a them versus us. So the only way to cut off the head of the snake is to not provide any part of the snake to them. You pay up to Caesar what is Caesar's. There are taxes you will pay. Property tax. You'll probably pay property tax. There's taxes you have to pay. The more research I do, the less I'm inclined to believe that you have to pay income tax. So I called up my accountant, and I was like, hey, so this crazy guy, pay him on. Like, I keep reading all this stuff, and it seems legit. And he goes, it's legit. But you give things up in order to get. If you want to not have to pay those taxes, you have to give up certain things. And I'm like what? Social Security is not going to be there anyway. And then I started calling people and meeting people and going through the process of, okay, what is legal, what isn't? And then it occurred to me that I'm a tax collector for the government in my company. And I'm like, this is crazy. They've actually turned me into their tax bib. I didn't realize it. I also didn't realize that the government really just thinks that we're an inconvenience that they have to have so they can bilk money off of us. And that they use it for foreign wars that we don't support and put our soldiers in harm's way and do things to adversely affect us as Americans and then tell us, take it on the chin, you take exactly what we give you. And so when Payman said to me, he's like, hey, listen, you need to stop paying tax. I was like, well, mine's more complicated, but I'm going to start socializing it to everyone that I know. And there is power in numbers, okay? Which, weirdly enough, the name of my original tech company was PIN Business Network, Power in Numbers Business Network. Isn't that crazy? It's like prophetic, that God just does weird stuff, right? Don't even understand it. And so I looked at it and I go, okay, how do we work this problem? What can we do individually to make it so difficult for them? And by the way, this is a movement that's happening across the country. That's why they hired 87,000 new IRS officers. But there's a thing that we have to adopt. What they do to one of us, they do to all of us. If you want to starve off the snake, you starve it at the source of the snake. But you also make sure that you're well educated, because the traps are all there. All the traps are there. They want to ensnarl you. They want to take from you. They want to do everything they can to strip you of everything. That's why you have a death tax, right? Only the Rothschilds and the bigger people get away with all the money and never have to transfer anything. They get away with everything. These people have been around for a century. And they own 70% of the land mass in this country? Look it up. Top 20 families own 70% of the land in the United States. 70. How you like that? And you're like, man, I'm just glad I got my 10 acres. So there is a plan for them to steal the election. There is a plan for them to destroy this country. What they're doing is being done on purpose. And there's the 4 things that I tell you you have to do. Anybody want to tell me what the 4 things are? Yeah. Pray first. If you're an atheist or if you're agnostic, I would tell you to hedge your bets. My friend that is an atheist, he goes, hedge my bets. And I was like, yeah, just pray. You're not praying to anybody anyway, and you have a lot of time on your hands. Just pray. God might surprise you and just show up. I've never had a burning bush, but I'd sure like to have one. You might actually get one, but if you don't, it's going to get really hot. He's like, good point. Can you send me a few prayers? I'm like, absolutely. So you have to pray first. It's biblical, right? It's biblical. If you pray before you do anything, your conscience will affect what you do next. You have to stand up. So everybody stand up. Please. When you shake someone's hand and you're a man, you should never do it sitting on your butt. Ever. You should always stand and show respect for the person that you're shaking your hand of, if you're a man. Ladies are a little different. You get away with stuff. You've been putting duct tape and bubble gum on this country for the last little bit to hold it together. Men, if we didn't have them, we'd have no chances of saving this country. Because we were going to work because we thought that was our job, is to make money. Right? So they get to sit down when they greet people. But when we actually do the next thing, which is speak, we must always be on our feet. We must always stand. Because it's a symbol. It's a symbol of what you're going to do next. When you speak truth to someone, when you speak, and by the way, there's a Bible verse on these coins that we have out there that I keep telling them, carry it around in your pocket. Right? When you stand up and you speak, you have authority. But someone will just mess with an older woman in the restaurant, and here's what you do. And here's what men do specifically. They're like, what a little jerk. No. He's the jerk. Go talk to him right to his face. Hey, no, you don't get to talk to her that way. But we're afraid of confrontation. We don't want it. We just came in here for a latte. Right? Evil stands because good men do nothing. And men have become apathetic. And everybody says, Joe, you're just harsh. You're intense. I am not intense. I will give you everything. I will give you the shirt off my back, the money in my pocket, and the shoes off my feet. Without question. You walk up and ask me for it, I'll give it to you. But if you take it from me, God help you, because he's the only one that can. Men, you must start to speak. You must. We were not meant to be led. We were meant to lead. To submit when we have to submit. And to lead when we must lead. And so after you get done speaking, you have to act. We must act. James 2:26 says, faith without works is dead. It doesn't say faith without works is dead except, or maybe. It doesn't have exceptions. And nobody told you, I'm going to tell you something, you guys are not going to like this. None of you are going to make it out of this life alive. Right? So you have an obligation to each other. Look to your left, look to your right. Do you know the person that's to your left and to your right? Go ahead and shake their hand. I got 2 minutes. I'll shake your hand. How you doing? Good to see you. This This is your tribe. This is your fraternity. When you leave here, you should have a bunch of new contacts. The Revolutionary War was fought in the pub first. It was fought socializing the idea of a lack of freedom and oppression. We must act. It's biblical. And when you speak truth. It's also biblical. Galatians 4:16. Am I the enemy because I tell you the truth? And when we talk about standing, 1 John 3:16, the forgotten John 3:16, that God gave his life. Jesus gave his life. So you are required, you are obligated to be willing to give up your life for your brothers and sisters. And when we talk about prayer, it's Ephesians 6:10. You must be willing to return to God, or he can't return to you. He can't do for you if you don't allow him. And when you're done acting, so that you don't become the very thing that you're fighting against, return back to prayer. Right? All right. So you're going to hear some more stuff. You're going to hear from Garrett too. Where is he at? Is he back there? Yeah. This guy is Marco Polo. He's awesome. They'll introduce him. I am calling on you to do everything you can unselfishly to serve a generation you may never meet. And that's what this is about. Can you commit to that? All right. God bless you all. You can sit down now.
Great job, man. Perfect. You like that full circle? Start with prayer, and then what? Right. But start with prayer first, and then what? Stand up. And then what? And then what? And then what? So you certainly got to go back and say thanks, right? But let's put our hands together for our next speaker, our host, Paimon Montehede.
Thank you, K-Ross. I'll bring K-Ross back up later on to read a little bit for you guys because he is awesome, and I need a little help. So, okay, we're gonna put this stuff. You guys all heard your commitment to freedom and to action, right? You know the philosophy, you know the mindset, you know the attitude, right? I'm gonna give you more practical, useful ammunition. Let's go next charts of what to do about all this. So, when you sign the IRS Form 1040 income tax confession trap form, you put the noose around your neck. How? You think, Paimon, what are you saying? That's a safe thing to do. No. You state under oath that you owe the IRS money. That's right. You owe us nothing until you under oath say that. This way, you give the IRS the power to audit you and then empty your bank account, steal your property, and put you in prison, all done by you, because it deceived you to do the very thing that gives them power that hangs you. Next slide. And I'm going to show it to you now in actual pictures. There is that 1040 income tax confession trap form on sign here. Did your accountant, CPA, tax attorney that's so smart about tax law ever tell you what you're signing? Did he tell you what this small print tells you? Like a used car salesman contract? Did he tell you what under penalty of perjury that you're signing? What does that mean? No one ever did they? Well, it means throw me in prison if everything on this form is not true, correct, and complete. A form that you did not fill out. You had some accountant, CPA, or tax attorney, or TurboTax, or Return Block do it for you. Right? And then you're hoping and praying they did it right. Otherwise, IRS will get you. You never realized that, did you? Not them that fill out the form. They'll get you. Isn't that funny? And then look at amount you owe. Line 37, oh, it's hidden in there. We're on the lines. What do you say under oath, under penalty of perjury? This the amount you owe the IRS. You claim that you owe the IRS under penalties of perjury. You did it yourself. You know how significant that is? I'll tell you how that is. You have a right to a trial. If anybody wants money from you in America, the government or your neighbor or anybody, they have to sue you in court. Bring evidence, bring witnesses to prove their claim, and then get a judgment and then can take your property. But when you under oath tell the other guy, I owe you $100,000, I swear to it, you the witness, and that statement is a document. Under oath, swear that you told the other side you owe them money. So they don't need a trial anymore. Trial is to discover facts, what happened. But you already admit you owe the IRS money under oath. That's how the IRS can go and just take your bank account and paycheck. That's what this images out in your head. I know you're thinking, IRS will just come take my stuff. This stuff sounds great, but if what I do what Paymon says, they're going to just empty my bank account. That mentality becomes all your life. You were duped to doing the very thing that gives them the power to do that to you. If you don't sign that confession form, you told them nothing. Now they have to take you to court, witnesses, trial, government has to pay a lawyer, a judge, a clerk, all the expenses to come after you for money. That's right. You have a right to a trial. You don't give it up. When you give it up, you hang yourself when you do that form. Next page. So, now if you are a crypto, how many of you here are into crypto? Can I see show of hands? Anybody into crypto? Yeah, you guys are a special trap for you folks. On the first page, they added recently, a couple years ago, digital assets question. Right there, make sure you don't pass it. Yes or no. Let's go next page to see where is this trap I was late for you. Make it bigger. If you say at any time during 2023, did you receive or sell, exchange, or otherwise dispose of a digital asset? Yes or no. If you say yes, you put yourself, you make yourself a target of the IRS to be audited for your transactions as a crypto person, as a crypto transactions. If you say no, you lied under oath and go to prison for 3 separate crimes up to 9 years. Yeah. So how do you get out of this dilemma?
Don't file.
There you go. Don't fill out the confession form in the first place. Duh. It is that simple. That's the only way out. Don't be on the audit list. Okay, that's why they have the question on the front page. So that you put yourself on the list. Yeah, they love it when you do that. And tell all your crypto friends, oh, I got a good accountant. Really? You want to put yourself in that dilemma? Next page. So I already said that. The only way out of this dilemma is for you to not to file a 1040 confession tax form. And he'd be happy. He'd be smiling, folks. Right? Next page. I got crypto. I don't file. So another thing people got to understand, this image. I'm going to, today, several times, going to try to get through this deep brainwashing. I know it's deep in there. Over decades, it's in the brain. The IRS can just audit more people. They're powerful. They audit you. Audits powers of God. And it's not true. Okay? These two communists, former IRS commissioners, in a Bloomberg article 2 years ago, trying to raise money for the communist system. There's a critical part of what they said in Bloomberg. What's critical here? Critical, you get this, got it? You should get this. It's critical. Get it. That's substantially all the revenue increase does not come from IRS audits. It comes from taxpayers when they file their returns. You put the rope around your neck, say, I owe you this money. See, if you have withholding from your paycheck as an employee, you can stop that. You can. Go to our website, freedomlawschool.org. You can stop stealing, withholding income tax from your paycheck legally, safely, for free. Now, you don't file? No problem. Right? You don't say, well, but Paymon, I have to because I want to get some of my refund money back when I file. Problem has been solved for you. Just go to freedomlawschool.org. And if you're a business owner, independent contractor, stop sending the IRS quarterly estimated payments. Don't file, and you're home free. It's really that simple. Next slide. So, okay, you give up your Fifth Amendment constitutional right to be silent and not give any information to the government that they could use to put you in prison. And Joe Bannister talked about that today, right? From IRS agent, said that whenever he got the 10 went after somebody, they got the copy of the person's tax return from previous years, use it against them. Always. That was standard procedure. Did he say that? He didn't say that? He did it. No, he didn't say it, but yeah, he told that's a standard procedure. Always use the 1040 form from previous years against you. You give information, you have a right to be silent. Okay, next page. Okay. When you file a 1040 income tax form or any other federal tax form, you give up the rights to your most private and sensitive financial information to the IRS. The IRS can then use these documents as evidence against you in a court of law, which can then force you to prove all expenses, deductions, and credits that you claim on your tax form. If you cannot prove such expenses, deductions, and credits, you will end up paying a lot more money to the IRS or even be sentenced to lengthy prison terms. You open yourself up to 3 separate tax crimes for each IRS 1040 form or the document that you filed with the IRS. 1, attempting to evade or defeat a tax evasion, sending you to prison for up to 5 years for each 1040 form or other document per Internal Revenue Code Section 7201. Various forms of fraud and false statements, sending you to prison for up to 3 years for each 1040 or the document per Internal Revenue Code Section 7206. Filing fraudulent returns, statements, or other documents, sending you to prison for up to 1 year for each 1040 form or the document per Internal Revenue Code Section 7207. And this can add up to 9 years for each IRS 1040 income tax form or the tax documents. Since the IRS usually waits until a taxpayer has filed several years of income tax forms before charging them, this can easily add up to more years in prison than the maximum sentence of many violent crime laws. You didn't realize that, huh? All the stuff you do to yourself because you were duped and deceived. That FBI is wonderful. DOJ is wonderful. CIA is great. And IRS is such a powerful being. No, they duped you with the mainstream media. Okay, propaganda, propaganda, propaganda. Next. Take this example. This is former U.S. Tax Court Judge Diane L. Krupa. When the IRS came after Judge Krupa, she did not even try to put up a defense and go to trial. And instead, she pled guilty to reduce her sentence to only 34 months. She could have said on stand, I did everything right. I'm one of the 31 highest authorities of tax law in the country. tax law specialists full-time, only 31 of us. I know more about tax law than this federal district court judge sitting here, which is true. He does not do tax laws. There's all kind of federal laws. I do tax law day in, day out. And I do it just right. If she would not defend her 1040 form, how could your accountant, your wonderful CPA, or tax attorney do better than her for you? They can't, can they? Next. This is where Kairos comes in. Come on up. I'm going to give my voice a little rest. And risk of filing 1040 income tax forms are so many, he's going to read them to you in separate pages, bigger print, because risks when you end the voluntary process of filing and paying on 1040 income tax returns when you join the Restore Freedom Plan is none. That's where you want to be. No risk. You have a chance to join the Restore Freedom Plan. We'll get that later. All the risks that you're going to give up and you don't want. Kairos, next slide for him, please. And you'll read that. Oh, this is small print. You're going to make it bigger for you. It's too small.
All right, you get something to drink. Give your voice a rest there. All right, you want to go to the next slide? We'll make it a little bit bigger so everyone can see it as I read it. First of all, you give up your right to be silent. You just spoke with the pen. And you not give up any information to the government that they can use against you. That's that Fifth Amendment. You signed an oath, under oath, penalty of perjury, and there's multiple penalties, same as if you were before a judge and a jury, that everything on the 1040 income tax confession form is true, correct, and complete. Isn't that interesting? You didn't even know how to understand the law, so you went to the CPA, he did it, and now you're auditing him and saying that everything he did is right. Really? He won't even sign under the penalty of perjury, will he? But you step up and do it. You confess under oath and penalty of perjury that you have taxable income and that you owe the IRS. As Pamela said, you do owe it now. You said so under penalty of perjury. That's why you don't get your money back. You swore you owed it, you paid it. You don't get it back. You cannot change your mind or appeal your confession that you owe the IRS. It's a sworn statement under penalty of perjury. You beg the IRS to accept all of your business expenses, deductions, credits, and other breaks that you claim on the 1040 form, the tax confession form. You beg them to accept it. You filled it out. You said it's true. They didn't say they'd accept it. They could just call what? Disallow that. Once it's disallowed, is it true, correct, and accurate? Uh-oh. And you give them permission to audit you. What do you audit if there's no 1040? What is there to audit? Never thought about that. That's the reason why they have the power to audit, and now they have something to audit. You put the burden of proof on yourself to prove that all of your expenses and deductions and credits and other breaks that you've claimed on your 1040 income tax confession form. The burden of proof shifted from them to you. Instead of them proving that you owe it, you swear you owe it. Now you prove that these deductions are what they would agree with. If you lose the audit, you will end up owing the IRS more taxes, penalty, and interest. You will have to hire an accountant or CPA or tax attorney and pay them unknown amounts of money to try to keep you from them owing the IRS even more money. How about this? You paid your CPA to prepare it, then you swore, then they audited, found out it was wrong. Now you have to pay the CPA again to correct them. That was his mistake, wasn't it? And then you have to pay the penalties and interest. And I know someone who then had to hire an attorney to sue the IRS because it was wrong, and he had to pay the attorney and the IRS again to get back anything that was incorrect the other direction. It's just pay to pay to pay to pay, and you're the one doing all that paying. You'll have to hire an accountant, a CPA, and or tax attorney and pay them unknown amounts to try and keep them. Well, we did that one, sorry about that. You may lose the audit and end up owing the IRS more money, penalty, and interest. You tell the IRS where your bank accounts are, where your home is, all the properties that you own, and or any crypto, etc., all for them to steal. For each and every 1040 income tax confession form that you file, you may be convicted 3 separate crimes and go to prison for up to 9 years. Each individual year is a whole other story, not connected at all. You can make money 1 year and file, and you can not make money and not file. You can file, you can not make money. They're all separate. Separate charges, separate trial, separate everything. That's why when payment asks, when they say, well, what do I got to do? Just stop. It's from this point forward. That's it. The IRS decides to put you in prison, you will have to pay a lawyer hundreds of thousands of dollars or more to defend you. These trials are not cheap, extremely expensive. If the IRS tries to put you in prison and there is an error on your 1040 form, whether it is the fault of your accountant, your tax preparer, practically, you have to prove that this mistake was inadvertent and not an attempt for you to evade your fair share of taxes. Yeah, you're fighting for your life. You hope and pray that your accountant, CPA, and tax lawyers are really good at what they do and can keep the IRS from stealing your money and putting you in prison. And you really don't know, do you? Are you really qualified to audit them? Are you really qualified to know whether they are telling you the truth and your attorney is giving you good advice? You don't know. That's why you're hoping and praying. Your money and your hard work is going to fund the corruption and the criminalities of the Washington, D.C. swamp and the gangsters. You are funding your own demise. Next. There we go. So those are the benefits of filing a 1040 income tax return. Can you think of any more? All right. Now, what are the benefits of ending filing the income tax return and the confession form and joining the Restore Freedom Plan? If the IRS ever comes after you, Freedom Law School will prepare the proper responses. Now, that's just in a letter form. One letter, they'll help you prepare the response. And if necessary, if they keep doing, send you another letter, continue to reply, back and forth. Eventually, if necessary, they'll hire CPAs and attorneys that may be necessary to defend you and guarantees that you will stay out of prison by following the law as written on the government's official legal websites, and quadruple checking with you and your congressman in writing about the tax laws. Those of you who aren't familiar with it, after you learn this, after you come to this conclusion, then as an extra precaution, you write a letter to your congressman and you let him know that the tax is self-assessing and that you've gone through the information and you've come to this conclusion. But if you're wrong, you're asking him to please correct me because I bleed red, white, and blue. I'm all American. I love America, and I want to pay my fair share, whatever that is. When you come to the conclusion that it's zero, then that would be zero. But if I'm wrong, please correct me. Out of all the letters that have been written, we've had some responses. Sometimes they're ignored. How many times do you think they've ever corrected us? This is a clue. If you end up losing your tax court case, the tax case, and the IRS takes any money from you, Freedom Law School will reimburse you in full. Okay, usually I start the round of applause. Who wants to start the round of applause on this one? All right. That is one of the things that we're concerned with. Have you ever had a CPA tell you that they'll reimburse you if it's wrong? Have you ever had an attorney say, hey, listen, if I lose your case, I'll reimburse you all the fees? It doesn't happen. This is something unlike anything anywhere you've ever seen before. If it says if you have none of the risks of filing a 1040 income tax form, and your money, your hard work, instead of you going to fund corruption, your own demise, the criminality of the Washington, D.C. swamp and the gangsters, it's going toward restoring freedom, justice, peace, and prosperity for all Americans. So do you understand the concept of Freedom Law School? If everyone paid into Freedom Law School so that we could do these kind of events and we can educate more people, and you can bring friends and family members, when they see it and they get it, and they too join, the money goes into Freedom Law School, which, by the way, is a law school that no one has ever graduated, okay? Because we're always a student of the law, okay? It goes into here to be used for these purposes. And if someone does get attacked, because they can, I think Donald Trump kind of proved that, didn't he? No matter what you do, they could attack you. We know that. No matter what you do, it could be you, or you, or you. But to know that Freedom Law School is going to come to your aid, help you all the steps of the way, from the letter right to going to court, and if you lost, then pay, reimburse you what they took. Is that something that you think everybody would want to have, that reassurance, that comfort, that what they're doing is standing on the law, standing on their freedoms? You thought of one more? Thank you. Very good. Are you going to start? He's starting the round of applause. And you know, thank you for bringing that up, because that is exactly what it's going for. If we can get another congressman and another congressman and another one, we can turn the tide. That's exactly why. And that's proof that what you just said, that's really where it's going. He's giving you full credit for that, isn't he? Yeah. Great job, Pamela. Is that it? Is there any more? Next slide. It's all good.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kairos. Thank you for what you said. We were ahead of the game. I was going to bring that up later on. I'll bring it up again about that. Yes, all this money is designed, most of it, not to protect you because you don't need it. Most of it's going to go toward electing people in office that represent you. Sheriffs, district attorneys, prosecutors, congressmen, state legislatures, all that stuff. Most of it's going to be directed there, long term. Putting the events like this. Anyhow, again, to show you that you're not going to go to prison for taxes. This is a big thing in people's head, this myth I got to bust. This is IRS's Criminal Investigation Division annual report. They show how many people they put in prison, sentenced, right? Cases they come after people, indictments and sentencing. Top is combined results of all categories of criminal prosecutions. The bottom is only non-filers. There were different pages, but I put them together one page for you, easy to see. If you see, look at on the top 2015 year all the way through 2021. Same at bottom. Look at 2015, over 3,000 people IRS sentenced, put in prison, everybody, but non-filers are only 167. The difference is all filers that put in prison. About 2,900 every year. Look at the year 2018. Over 2,100 people that put in prison. and only about 100 were non-filers. Over 2,000 were filers. Look at year 2021. Over 1,200 people that put in prison, only less than 90 were non-filers. Over 1,100 were filers. It's filing that puts you in prison. Get out of your head that, oh, if I don't want to, I talk to somebody all the time says, oh, I don't want to be a martyr. I don't want to go to prison. Why do they say that? Because we've been duped to believe the opposite of the truth. Next slide. So it is true. You did do it yourself, you see, when you file 1040 income tax confession from under oath. Stop doing that. We can literally drain the swamp, put it to the billions. Next. Now, I know despite all this, you still are, many of you are just afraid of the IRS. Whoa, afraid. I'm going to have to help you with that some more. I'll help you realize that the IRS is over 99% bluff. And the best way to have the IRS leave you alone is to stop filing 1040 income tax confession trap forms. And did you know the IRS in 2017 stopped going after people who do not file 1040 income tax confession trap forms for the following 7 reasons. Next. Okay. First, the Wizard of Oz is at work. File your taxes, otherwise you go to prison. And here are the American people, business people, farmers, ranchers, everybody shaking. The Wizard of Oz is the same corrupt major media that lied to you for decades. Okay, making this incompetent IRS look like this powerful thing that they're not. Here's Freedom Law School taking the curtain aside for you. Next. And there's too many of us. Can we play the video? This is from the next slide. Is going to be a video about how we outnumber them. We outnumber them 10 million to 1 tax court judge. That's right. 10 million to 1 tax court judge. Well, so this very much applies to us. This is the ants where the grasshoppers have the ants corralled in to be their slaves, right? That's them, and we're the ants. Let's play it. You figured it out? Yeah, you figured it. That's why they're after Donald Trump and January 6ers and Tina Peters's. Because they're trying to scare you little ants. Oh, I don't want them to come after me. So I'll file my tax return to be a good little slave. I know it's bad, but I'm afraid. That's what they're trying to do to you. And you got to realize we do outnumber them tremendously, just like they were going to bury them. Next slide. Okay? Let's get to some facts. The number of non-filers is overwhelming to the IRS. In 1998, the IRS admitted that about 63 million Americans, they expected to file 1040 income tax forms for the 1996 tax year, did not file. With a population of over 330 million in 2022, the number of non-filers is around 80 million. Let's go to the letter, 80 million. Yeah, here's the actual letter in 1998 from IRS in Washington, D.C. to this Mr. Abel. Let's read the second paragraph. based on our 1996 tax filing program, we estimate, they don't even know, they're guessing. There are approximately 63 million taxpayers who've not filed a tax return and initially would appear to have a legal requirement to file. It's not 63,000, it's million. And it's approximately, they don't even know. They're guessing. They're estimating, they say. This estimate is based on data available to the service on the individual master file, the main computer of the IRS's brain. They have your 1099. They have your employee W-2 form. That's right. Doesn't matter. They cannot come after all of you, can they? Next slide. So, let's go to the second paragraph. Are 80 million Americans in prison for not filing 1040 income tax confession forms? Are there? Are millions of non-files, paychecks, bank accounts, and homes in danger of being taken by the IRS? No. Next slide. Okay? It's safe to file, not file. But then again, ooh, the IRS is going to hire 87,000 new agents to come after you. Next slide. Right? The bigaboo. You heard all the wonderful conservative media. Fox News and Patriot News and Newsmax. 87,000 gun carrying Irish agents going to come after you. Because they've been deceived too. They only awaken this much. There's more. Let's go next slide. See, the reason IRS was given money to hire 8,700 agents for 10 years is because, what happened? The IRS is losing most of their employees and having a hard time replacing them. 52,000 of the current 79,000 IRS employees are projected to leave the IRS employment by 2028. That's right. And 35,000 went through retirement. The old wise ones like you are leaving, and the youngsters are coming that don't know jack compared to you old people. That's why they did this. The IRS was literally about to collapse, and you had to just try to save it. I saw a video, I don't have it in a presentation. We should add it on. The Commissioner of IRS in Congress testifying. All the money we got last year has not been used to upgrade anything. It's all been used to keep the quote unquote lights on at the IRS. This is exact words. To keep the lights on at the IRS. Next. For over 40 years, the IRS has failed to fix its antiquated computer systems and has now suspended most updating initiatives. Has the oldest computer system in government, running on COBOL assembly language. Yep. And if you go to the links on our website, all this stuff is reports, everything I'm telling you, links to the original documents, the sources there. I'm not just making this, you can read in detail. And so they for decades they try to do it and they keep failing and failing and failing. So this report from Government Accountability Office says the IRS recently suspended operations essential to replacing the 60-year-old individual master file. Accordingly, the 2030 target completion date for replacing the IMF that IRS announced last year is now unknown. Think about that. They can't even set a hopeful date. 7 years, 8 down the road as the date to do it. They can't do it. They're literally imploding from within, just like the Soviet Union. That's what you gotta realize. They're imploding from within. Next slide. Oh, I love this one. IRS cannot even keep up with filers who have confessed to own the IRS money. That dark green line is how many levies or garnishments of bank account paychecks IRS did. Back in year 10 and 11 was about 3.7 million. Look at the crash. By 2021, less than 10% at 300,000. If you had a private business with that kind of a record, you would have been out of business a long time ago, right? But in government, they just keep chugging away. They just pretend they got the power. And these are filers that have confessed to owning Irish money. In fact, you know why? You know why that's the case? I'll tell you why. I got to put it in my presentation. Because they don't have enough agents to take your calls to let you make a payment plan. Yeah. To make a payment plan. They're sending cases to Toothless Private Collection Agency. I got a guy who got a letter from a Toothless Private Collection Agency that he owes the IRS $280,000. Now, why would the IRS not work that case themselves? Because they can't. Okay? They don't have enough agents to take your calls. And this is important. And the reason they do more, because if you get your paycheck or bank account taken, what's going to happen is, call your IRS. They don't answer. Visit the IRS. Not enough people there. Go to my congressman. Now, congressmen will contact the liaison at the IRS to go handle all this. They're just overwhelmed. They don't have enough people. Meanwhile, your rent doesn't get paid. Your electricity's turned off. Can't pay your water bill. And you're going to become a patriot real quick. This government takes my money. I can't even call anybody just to let me make a payment plan. That's why they're leaving non-filers alone. They don't have enough agents even to go after your filer who won't just call the IRS and make a payment plan. Literally, next slide. Oh, we got that video. Play it. Gee. Oh, wait, that's too long. Can we get the right part? Get forwarded or not? Because it's too long. I want to hear the commissioner. Let's get the commissioner, what he says.
I can't emphasize this enough, Congressman. Our focus, our priority, and our agenda under the Inflation Reduction Act is to increase scrutiny for complex filers, wealthy individuals, large corporations, and complex partnerships that are evading their tax responsibility. It is not our intent to increase scrutiny and invest this money on a new wave of audits for middle and low income. That's not going to happen under my watch. And we will be able to publicly report that so that you can hold me accountable for that. With respect to high wealth, there's a lot of different things we're doing to start to catch up and close the gap that's been there for too many years. And one of the things that we can report immediate results on, because often these enforcement actions take time, but there are some things we're doing that should give the American people confidence that we are using this money smartly and in a way that's creating fairness, and that is going after millionaires and billionaires who are delinquent on owed taxes. And this should frustrate people.
On owed
These
taxes.
are millionaires and billionaires who have been assessed a tax due
because they
and
filed.
are delinquent in paying it. And we have so many honest Americans who pay their taxes on time. And these millionaires and billionaires are not. So we have created this high-risk list of 1,600 of these individuals.
Okay,
And
well,
if
where is
I
that?
understand, to stay on this path, you've indicated that you need about another $800 million this year.
Yes, and that is an important point about our budget. And I'll just, if I could just say it briefly. We have a base budget to fund our ongoing operations, keep the lights on, and then we have the Inflation Reduction Act, which is modernizing and helping us build capacities. Our base budget is insufficient to run the daily train schedules. And what that means is we have to borrow from the modernization fund just to keep the lights on. And if we keep doing that, we won't modernize. We'll keep the lights on, but we won't build these capacities that are so important to help taxpayers.
There you go.
When
We
the
go turn off
IRS
the lights,
funding is
right?
cut,
But not funding
is it
them.
harder
Okay, next
or
slide.
is it easier for people to
Okay,
cheat on their taxes?
It's easier. And let me just, if I can go through $100 million, what that buys you at the IRS, 700 audits of high-income taxpayers, millionaires and billionaires, 200 audits of complex partnerships, 100 audits of large corporations, 32,000 collection cases of wealthy individuals, and on and on. And that's just from the 100 million. So clearly it has an impact.
Okay,
Well, I start with the volume, right? When you look at the number
we don't have time.
of
we can do this later,
audit
folks. All this
personnel
stuff we
we
have more.
had,
Yeah, the main thing was
the
you heard about the keeping the lights on. There's more about this stuff, so it's not like we're making it up. Okay, next slide. So, see, so as you can see, it's far more profitable for the IRS to go after filers than go after non-filers. The IRS collects over $300 for every $1 that the IRS spends collecting from Americans who file 1040 income tax confession trap forms. The IRS collects just under $3 for the same $1. So if you were the IRS, which Americans would you go after? Filer or non-filers? If it was your business? Duh. Yeah, you're under oath. You say, I owe you money. I just got to pay you. That's it. Non-filers have to come after you. And there's about 80 million non-filers. Put that in there. Remind yourself of that. Because that's a reality check. I guess all your fear the IRS, but there's already 80 million non-filers, so they can't get all of us. I'm afraid of the IRS, but there's already 80 million non-filers already. You just got to do that with your heart, with your brain. Remind that. Okay, next slide. So this is what I was telling you earlier, okay? That IA is installment agreement requests are customer-driven inventory. You are the customer, the sucker, okay? That must be worked. They must take a call and make a payment plan compared to discretionary, optional, delinquent return, and that's ASFRTDI is coming after non-filers. That's what they mean. We gotta leave non-filers alone because that's optional. It's expensive. But people want to pay us on payment plan. Easy money, we gotta take those calls. We must take them. Next slide. Is it next slide? Yeah. So IRS needs to take calls from filers who have confessed to owing the IRS money and just want to make the payment plan with the IRS. This is a top priority and easy money for the IRS. Next. So, in January 17, we put the thing on again. Collection Management once again suspended non-filer case creation. Yeah, they suspended going on after non-filers, period. Period. There it is. Suspend the IRS doesn't have enough agents to take phone calls from the filers who want to pay the IRS money. Since the IRS doesn't have enough manpower to take from the calls from these IRS filers, IRS is forced to leave non-filers alone. Next slide. Right? This report came out in 2017 from the Treasurer. See, this is the difference about this than other places. But this is not a meet, eat, and retreat event. It's a solutions event. Defunding the crooks. We just didn't realize how much power we have, how weak they are. This is the Treasury Inspector General Auditor's report in 2017. For these reasons above, in 2017, IRS management decided to leave income tax non-filers alone. Go next slide. Number of letters they sent to non-filers, 1 million. They used to send in 2009 and 10, just harmless scare letters. Just scare letters. But even that, for 2016, collapsed to near zero. Next slide is zero, and then all this collapse of the blue line. Okay? 9 and 10. About 1 million letters to non-filers, just to scare you. Next slide. You see, collapsed to near zero, 2016, and they suspended altogether. Next slide. In 2017. Literally, IRS management chose to leave 99.9% of non-filers alone. How come Newsmax doesn't report on that? How come Breitbart doesn't mention that? Well, all these conservative online sources who tell you to be afraid of the IRS. Right? Next slide. And here, by the way, the Treasury auditors recommended to the IRS, this is a recommendation, to reassess the decision to suspend going after non-filers. ACFR's non-filer program. And the IRS gave the auditors the middle finger and said resource constraints, that means we don't have enough money and people, resulted in the decision to suspend going after non-filers. That should be front headline news everywhere, right? Next slide. Now I know you're going to say, oh, Payman, few of you says, Payman, I'm an important guy. I'm a rich guy. I'm a critic of the government. I'm in lawsuits with the government. I'm important. I have this big organization, or expose them. They're going to get me because I am so important in my organization. Well, I've heard that stuff. Really? Let's see how important you are to the IRS. In 2020, another report by Treasury auditors, high-income non-filers owing billions of dollars are not being worked by the IRS. Billions of dollars not being worked. IRS refuses to go after extremely rich non-filers. U.S. Treasury auditors gave the IRS a list of 100 richest income tax non-filers who each would owe the IRS about $100 million, and recommended to the IRS to go after these people for taxes. Now that would be a no-brainer, right? Here's a list of, that's easy 10 billion, right? Why would they come after you? You're a chump chain compared to these people, right? They have to come after you. They said, here's from the top, from the bosses. Here it is, guys, easy money. The IRS is so broken, disorganized, lazy, and irresponsible that the IRS refused to commit to going after these extremely rich, high-income non-filers. So I don't want to hear from none of you say, Payman, like a lot of real estate, stocks, bonds, this, money, they're going to come after me and my stuff. Okay? They're leaving people, they're leaving them alone. Okay? Next slide. And here's the reason why again. There are only 31 U.S. tax court judges to go after 80 million non-filers. 97% of tax cases are litigated in U.S. tax court. 31. Only 6 of them are full-time. But even with that, just do the math, basic math. Okay? That means, go back. If there is one tax court judge for every 10 million Americans. Literally, if you don't file, you have a right to a trial in U.S. tax court if you simply exercise that right. That's all you gotta do. Yeah, next slide. So to give you a visual, in that stadium, you see that? Okay? This picture shows 75,000 people. Look at these, each of these heads. That's one human being. That's one tax case. You can see a few of these heads, right? Well, full of the stadium, there are 80 million non-filers. So to seat all innocent non-filers would take over 1,000 stadiums to do with 31 tax court judges. You see why they're leaving non-filers alone? They can't come after you. Next slide. So, here's another truthful statement. In 1969, U.S. Senator Henry Belmont said this about the IRS in a recent conversation with an official of the IRS. I was amazed when he told me, quote, if the taxpayers of this country ever discover that the IRS operates at 90% bluff, the entire system will collapse. See, folks, you never owed income tax. Remember, by law, That's why it's a voluntary tax. Because you voluntarily told the IRS, I'm from District of Columbia. I'm a DC citizen, U.S. citizen in tax law. I want to pay. That's what it did to you. You voluntarily been doing it all these decades. Even then, but they just kept it going. Did you ever in 1969 thought IRS was FBI and DOJ were crooks? No, they were crooked then. That's right. Since 1930s, FBI and DOJ were crooks and criminals. Way back then. Just not so obvious in your face. Right? They were lying us over. In 1913, when I wrote the law, that U.S. in tax law means U.S. territories, that was on purpose to deceive you over 100 years ago, wasn't it? To make you a slave. Right? The IRS condition is far worse than it was in 1969. As a result, in 2017, the IRS stopped going after non-filers. So therefore, the best way to have the IRS leave you alone is to stop filing 10 for income tax confession forms. Right? Next slide. Pretty obvious, isn't it? Okay? And you got to recognize, here's the real reason that people pay income taxes. They've been programmed to. You got to recognize, folks, you were programmed to love FBI, DOJ, CIA, NSA. They're fighting the Chinese and Iranians and Russians and North Koreans and all these Arab terrorists out there, and they keep doing that for you, right? Even the conservative media sources out there, right? But they all tell you, be afraid, panic, to pay your taxes. And also the churches have been deceived. The churches make themselves a 501c3 Internal Code DC corporation. That's right. That's what they do. They were duped by the lawyers to do that. They became DC corporation to become tax exempt. And now they're worried about, we can't talk about politics because, all that. We don't want to lose our tax deductibility of our parishioners. They deceived the churches. Satan deceived the church. Next slide. You see all this, folks, is all based upon deception, right? Who does deceive? Who is the greatest deceiver? Satan. Whereas with deception, what does he accomplish? Keeps you in fear, right? With fear, what does he do? He gets from you. Obey whatever he says is the solution. Whether it's a quarter jab, or be a slave and confess to your master every year. Master, all you 1040 form, please accept, I plead my confession. This is my fair share of slavery. Humbly do not target me to check my expenses, deductions, credits. If they're okay, I just don't have money to pay another attorney, CPA. Please accept it humbly. Oh gosh, I'm so nervous. I don't want to do this, but I have to. To be safe, I have to be a good slave. Fill out the form. See what they got us wrapped? They got wrapped around the little pinkies, with ignorance and fear. Little pinkies. Okay, would they play this one?
Yeah, you're right.
Just a reminder for you guys, refresher.
Puny? Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt? Nope. Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this?
You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line.
Now, we're going to take a break. I'll bring another speaker for you. But when we come back, we are going to do exactly what he said. I will show you how we all can stand up like he said. Right? Let's take a 10-minute break, folks. Let's start at 3:15. Okay, we'll come back with. Please do be on time because our speaker doesn't have that much time. 3:15. Be back in your chairs, please. 10 minutes, real short. Bathroom break. Just a bathroom break, folks. That's all it is. Bathroom breaks. Shake your leg. Be back in your seats, please.
All right, testing, testing. We're ready to begin. Come on in. Anybody out there that believes that Hunter Biden laptop matters? Come on in and grab your seat. Show of hands. How many of you think it matters? How many believe that it's not his laptop? I don't see a hand. Can you believe that there are some people that still believe that it's not his? I can't even believe it. They believe that it's Russian disinformation and blah, blah, blah. I cannot even believe that. When he sued the repair shop to return his laptop, that should have done it. And what about 51 of the intelligence, the 51 of the top intelligent people that say that this is Russian disinformation? Like, not one of them picked up the phone and said, yo, hey, Hunter, is this your laptop or not? Like, they can't do that for an investigation? They want to just deceive, change the definition, twist things around, and get us to believe something different. But we in this room did not believe that at all. And we're really excited to be able to bring up Garrett Ziegler, who is with the Trump, worked with Trump, and he started an organization called Marco Polo. And he's got a great report for you. Come on up, Garrett. It's all yours.
Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm going across the country. This is my 14th state. And the goal is to spread the lowercase g gospel about this dossier we put together. The screen that you see, you can pull up on your own phone or preferably an iPad or desktop. You just go to bidenreport.com, and I actually have some swag for you all today. It's cool swag. It's not stupid stuff. I'm going to ask the folks in the front row to pass around. They are BLM stickers. So these things don't make it on a these things don't make it on a gas pump for an hour, because from 10 to 15 feet it looks like Black Lives Matter. And if you look at commies in the wild, if you watch one of these folks look at this from 15 feet, they're like, my God, this gas station owner is a kindred spirit, or at least, the person who pumped before me is. And then they get closer and closer, and they might even wipe their eyes a little bit, and they see Biden Laptop Matters. And the reason why that's our only swag is because the URL at the bottom goes to the report. So if you don't remember something I said today, or you want to fact check me or dig into it deeper, you have this sticker. Go to bidenlaptopmatters.com, and it's a landing page for bidenreport.com. So this group that I started, Marco Polo, it's an open source intelligence collective. We got a copy of the abandoned hard drive from Rudy Giuliani, and we took it apart as a private investigator would. There are about 4,500 contacts in the device, and so we ran background check reports on each and every one of them. Part of the reason for me going across the country is we have hardly any mainstream media support. If there is somebody mentioning us, it's almost always negative, although we do have a standing bounty for $1,000 for any material error somebody can find in this 644-page dossier. If you can find a material error, meaning it's material, it's not an apostrophe or something, we'll give you $1,000. And we have said this to shitlibs across the country. And there's nothing they can dispute, because the report is very antiseptic, it's very surgical, the language is not as flowery as the language I'm going to use today, and it really is just a thorough exposition of the criminal activity on the device. We haven't put everything in the dossier that was on the hard drive. If you want to look up, keyword terms, everything else, we also, as part of our nonprofit, we have put together BidenLaptopEmails.com, which hosts all 128,000 emails from the abandoned device. And if you want to see all the photos, which regrettably has been much more popular than the email site, I'm a nerd. I love going through the emails. But if you want to look at the pictures with genitalia redacted, It's actually one of the causes of action that Hunter is suing us over. Hunter sued us last September. One of them is he said we modified his data. Of course, it's ridiculous. It's not his data. But he said we modified his data by putting black boxes over his genitalia. So the president's son's lawyers, by their own logic, would prefer that we do not redact their client's genitalia. That's the level of clown world we're in. Winston and Strawn LLP, folks making $1,600 an hour, put their name on that document. They ought to be ashamed of themselves and disbarred. So, what is in this report? I would ask the folks just to go to the table of contents real quick. And I only got 15 minutes. And the table of contents, if you want to go, no, not to Kazakhstan already. Go to the cover and just thumb over one. Thumb over one. No, if you just click that, the arrow. One more time. One more time to the table of contents. Okay, so the table of contents is broken down into 3 big buckets: business-related crimes, sex-related crimes, and drug-related crimes. And the reason why we put this together is we want an accurate record for posterity. This is one of the greatest gaslighting campaigns in the 21st century. We think the crimes on the hard drive and the effort to cover up the crimes on the hard drive has been a full court press. And the only thing that, with this corrupt media, the only thing besides election integrity that I think is critical is exposing how the commander-in-chief is compromised by foreign interests. I think if your president's compromised by foreign interests, hardly anything else matters. The only way you can rectify yourself from that situation and get to a better future is through election integrity. So it's really 1 and 2. If you have election integrity, but you have leaders that are compromised by foreign powers, you're in a crappy situation. But if you can at least get yourself out of that by electing a new person, then that gives people some hope and not some just giant black pill. So yes, we wrote the report for you today, 2024, in Colorado, but we also wrote it, for 2074, when people will not be constrained by contemporary political considerations. What do I mean by that? Now, after 50 years of time, it's well known that JFK and LBJ both had extremely degenerate social lives, right? We're talking LBJ every 72 hours. LBJ's sister, there's good evidence that he actually killed her. Her name is Josepha. I always say that Hunter Biden is the second most degenerate member of an American first family, because Josepha Johnson is, maybe some of you haven't heard of her, just go look her up. It is insane, the stuff she was involved in. But the point I'm trying to make is we don't know about that stuff sometimes till 30, 40 years after the fact, because the presidential archives haven't been opened, right? What we're doing and what's unique about the hard drive is we get all of this today. Even if the guy is osteoporotically walking around and is being shot up with amphetamines and God knows what else, at least we have the truth about his current situation today. That is rare. That's almost unprecedented. So this hard drive is, so many activists and other people have a copy of it, right? But what our group has done, Marco Polo, is put it together in a searchable form that drives leftists crazy. And the reason why it drives leftists crazy is because there's hardly any commentary. You read all 644 pages of this, hardly any opinion. The final number that we found was 459 violations of state and federal laws and regs. Now, to be fair to Hunter, he's not implicated in each and every one of those. And we delineate which ones he is involved with. But I can confidently state today that the Biden family and their associates, there's evidence on the device, there's probably hundreds more we don't have, buried in other devices that the Biden family haven't left at a repair shop. But 459. And one of the things I enjoy about going across the country is I try to find local connections to everybody, or to where people are, and try to find people and places and business deals that are explicated in the laptop that they may not know about. You know, if you live in maybe Castle Rock, you don't maybe know how this device that was left in Delaware and belongs to the son of the guy who lives in D.C. is connected to you. But there's actually a guide, and you can go to the Kazakhstan section right now, page 165. There's a guy who lives 5 minutes from here who is on multiple pages of our dossier. He actually ran for the governor of your state in 2006. He didn't make it past the primary, of course. He got killed. But his name is Mark Holtzman. His father, Seymour, was the vice chairman for Reagan's 1984 campaign, vice chairman of finance, I believe. Very wealthy, lives in I won't even call it a McMansion, a mansion about 5 minutes from here. And he's the guy right here on the right. He committed at least one FARA violation that we know of, FARA 22 U.S.C. 612. It's when you represent a foreign agent, and do not declare that representation to the U.S. Justice Department. The reason why we have his face next to two Kazakh oligarchs is because these are the people that he knew. Kenes Rakashev was in business and basically used the then VP son to get intel about U.S. foreign policy, and the business partner of that VP son, Devin Archer, who is going to be sentenced on August 2nd in Manhattan for the second time, was basically acting as a de facto diplomatic link between the U.S. State Department, because Devin Archer was good buddies with John Kerry, and John Kerry was the Secretary of State at the time. So you have in emails that came out not just through the laptop but through FOIA, you have Devin Archer exchanging emails with Kenes Rakashev, who his net worth is, I don't know if it's $1 billion, it's kissing $1 billion. I would say it's for sure more than $500 million. But you have this guy Rakashev, and then Masimov was the sitting prime minister when all of this was transpiring. And the reason why Holtzman is involved is because he was actually the vice chairman of the National Bank of Kazakhstan. Somebody here in here, who lives and has a domicile here in Greenwood Village. And it's insane. So what we do in this Kazakhstan section, which is 8 pages, free to read, BidenReport.com, is go through how they were foreign agents. What we go through the elements of the statute, how the emails and the correspondence and the indisputable data on the device meets the elements of those statutes. Remember, FARA was a forgotten statute passed in 1938. Only with Paul Manafort did the DOJ resurrect a desire to start enforcing it. The irony is that they charged Manafort and a couple of other people with FARA, and Joey's son and his band of Confederates, Holtzman included. That was their entire business model. Remember, on Hunter's laptop, we have about 11 years of his life, 2008 to 2019. We found 2 Excel documents on his device. What does that mean? First of all, it's absolutely hilarious, because on his Wikipedia page, you'll find that he's a quote-unquote financier. Any real financier has more than 2 Excel documents on their laptop. This guy did 0 work, 0. He knows nothing about pivot tables. He can't open a spreadsheet, knows nothing. Usually that sort of ignorance causes anxiety in normal people. Hunter didn't care, because the thing that Hunter brought to the table was his daddy. So nobody was going to Hunter for his skills and financial acumen. That's what Mark was there for. I'm not up here saying Mark's stupid. You'll never hear me say that. I am saying that Mark and those types of people, and you can read it, I have a limited time, go read the dossier, used people like Hunter Biden to get intel. Because remember, Kazakhstan is, how do I say this kindly, or at least somewhat kindly? They are always looking for Western cash, because that provides legitimacy to whatever business it is. They would love for Westerners to invest in their country. In large part because Westerners don't want to see their money evaporate, so they're going to be involved in the investment. So that's the bridge. I look at Holtzman as the bridge between a know-nothing, a.k.a. Hunter Biden, and Devin Archer, although Archer is more charming, handsome, and intelligent. And then you have these Kazakhstani, by the way, this guy's in prison for treason. Do I consent to the charges that were brought against him? No. But it's just funny that so many foreigners and other people that Hunter's involved with get pinched by authorities. But that guy hasn't been seen in public since, I think, January of 2023. There was a scuffle in downtown, or the capital of Kazakhstan, in early 23, and Masimov was caught up in the net of it. Another person that is from, and I'm giving you, by the way, this is, there's hardly any articles on Oltmann. You'll find, when you search his name, you'll find the Biden laptop emails database that we put together, and you'll find our report on him. But there's a lot of Republicans in the Biden laptop. In fact, of those 51 former spooks that you alluded to, more Republicans were on that list than Democrats. We're the first group to talk about that. Now, I'm not saying it's 90 to 10. That's ridiculous. But the breakdown is, I think it's like 27 to 24, and most of them were former George W. Bush neocons. They hate Trump almost with the passion. They hate Trump with the fervor of a convert, okay? And so that's one of the key things our dossier lays out is Oltmann, ran for the GOP nomination for your governor, for the gubernatorial race of this state in 2006. And his daddy, if you go on Seymour Holtzman's father, his website, his dad's name's Seymour, go to his website, you'll see a bunch of pictures of him grinning with Reagan, right? So what we're exposing is not just Democrat corruption. Yes, that is a large part of it. And yes, they hate Jesus and they're terrible human beings. But we are about exposing the rot in the uniparty, or as Joe Oltmann said, the fraternity. And that is well laid out in the Biden laptop. People you don't even think would know Hunter are in the emails. Another person that is in this dossier that's related to Colorado is a guy who actually has an active warrant out for his arrest in Pitkin County today. His name is Dan Burrell. He moved up here from Santa Fe after his first wife left him for hookers and blow, same reason Hunter's first wife left him. And Dan Burrell's actually getting a divorce from the second wife that he met in Colorado. And as part of these, and a bunch of civil lawsuits have since transpired because he isn't paying anybody. He's about $100 million in debt. He has a warrant now since May 13th. So, PSA, if you know of Daniel Cosgrove Burrell, who has a home in Aspen, it's getting foreclosed upon, but for this moment, he has a home in Aspen. There's an active warrant for his arrest. I think it is incumbent, if you have any information, to call the Pitkin County Sheriff's Office. When he lived in Santa Fe, the de facto chief of staff at the White House, known as Hunter Biden, also known as the smartest man the U.S. president knows from a pure intellectual capacity. That's what he said. From a pure intellectual capacity. Hunter stayed at Dan Burrell's palatial estate in the hills of Santa Fe with Secret Service in tow. So this guy, so I'm not coming up here and making fun of some little guy, right? Some pipsqueak. No, Dan Burrell hosted a Hunter with the Secret Service at his 8,000 square foot home in the Santa Fe hills. There's an active warrant for his arrest. He's in the Biden laptop. He was involved with this group called Rosemont Realty, and they basically sold this real estate group to the Chi-Coms called Gemini for a 25% premium, and they manage commercial real estate all across the country. Dan Burrell, living in Pitkin County. The last one relating to Colorado, and then I'll wrap up my remarks, because I like to whet people's appetite by, and if you go to the e-reader, where our physical copies are on back order. We have a new 4th printing edition. I love it dearly. This is the physical copy. We've sold out. But you can go and click the purchase button if you want. But I suggest you all keyword search those things which interest you first. So if I were you and I lived in Colorado, go take a look at Kazakhstan first, because somebody in your backyard was instrumental with Hunter Biden committing FARA violations with said country. The last lady grew up here. Her name's Laura Dimlow. She works at a satanic organization known as CISA, which is part of the Department of Homeland Security. Absolutely terrible. It's one of the worst bills that DJT, my former boss's boss. By the way, Peter Navarro was mentioned earlier. I worked directly under Peter for 2 years. He's in the federal penitentiary right now for defying a subpoena from an unlawful committee. First presidential advisor in U.S. history to serve a prison sentence for contempt of Congress. Eric Holder, nothing came of it. Merrick Garland, the gremlin that he is, was just held in contempt, no consequences whatsoever. Merrick Garland decided that it wasn't a legitimate subpoena, ergo nothing happened to him. But thank God, Peter gets out on his 75th birthday, July 15th, and then he's going to fly right to Milwaukee. Peter would be a great chief of staff. for DJT. And my dream is to come back and theoretically just dismantle the intel agencies. So the reason why I bring up that is because Laura Dimlow is related to that. That's why I bring this up, is not to talk about myself or Peter. You know about Peter. But Laura Dimlow was the head of a division at CISA. And from FOIA and other means, we have a lot of her emails from the time period in question relating to that October 13th to October 30th period when the New York Post broke the story. Right? I didn't get the copy of the device till December, and then another one in January because I was at the White House at the time. But Laura Dimlow said it was her civic duty to censor because, quote, critical thinking appears to be a problem right now. So somebody from your state, and her surname is spelled Dehmlow. She's in our report. Just search Dimlow. She's lived in D.C., total swamp rat. Lived in D.C. for the better part of 2 decades. She worked with the social media companies, and we go through this. I write about 15 pages alone on the suppression campaign. But you had stooges like Laura Dimlow and other people working with the social media companies to throw cold water on the contents. By the way, not one email has proven to be debunked. Not a single one. And these people can show their face in public. Hunter's wife lost her cool. I was sitting calmly at his trial in Delaware a month ago where he got convicted on all 3 counts. His wife comes up to me during a break and said, "You have no right to be here, you effing Nazi POS." So that's what the president's daughter-in-law thinks of you, because I'm no different than you. Any citizen can observe criminal proceedings. But in the warped mind that is the Biden clan, if they don't like you, that is enough due process afforded to you to exit you from the building. It's absolutely disgusting. It's an abomination. And remember that everything you see in this report, if you choose to go through it, remember that this, according to the American First Lady, is what decency is all about. So if you want to vote for decency on the ballot, in fact, we bought that other $5 domain name. If you go to decencyontheballot.com, it'll take you to this dossier right here, along with here'shunter.com. So in conclusion, Marco Polo, and you can find our site by going to this dossier. In conclusion, Marco Polo is one part private investigative group. One of our board members is a licensed PI. It's one part opposition research group, and it's one part professional shit stirrer. And we take each part equally seriously. And for those efforts, we have been sued by the Sugar Brother for the U.S. president's son, Kevin Morris, the caveman-looking figure who you might have seen hitting a huge bong on the side of his mansion. He sued us in April of 2023 for $60 million. He is 61 years old, and he sued us for intentional infliction of emotional distress. He also has an estate here in Colorado on Bellyache Road out in Wolcott, W-O-L-C-O-T-T, Bellyache Road, yeah. It's one of his 7 homes. So he is suing me, and I could have my 3rd daughter any hour now. I'm on call go back to Illinois. The American First Family and their benefactors and Confederates and co-conspirators believe that they have suffered emotional distress because we published the contents of their decrepit black sheep son's laptop, and therefore I should be bankrupt. This is what these people believe. It's absolute demented behavior. And I appreciate your attention. We are going to be going across the way. I'm going to do a western swing sometime in September. I'll be doing Oregon, Washington, and I'll do another swing in the East Coast. But I'll be going to all 50 states by the time of November 5th. And I really appreciate you guys, looking into this. This is one of the biggest scandals of the 21st century. This is the most degenerate. Remember, Joey approved of all of this. It's not like Joey said, "Hey, guess what? My son made a lot of mistakes. We're proud of him, but he's in a cabin in Montana doing his doodles." It's not what he said. He said he's the smartest man he knows from a pure intellectual capacity. It's absolutely egregious. So we cannot give them any free passes, and I appreciate your attention. God bless you.
Great job. Great job. Oh, yeah. Round of applause. Standing ovation. Look at it. That's awesome. You know the opposition that he's battling with is pure evil, right from the pit of hell. And so we really appreciate what he's doing for all of us. And wasn't that interesting that we don't have to wait 30 or 40 or 50 years to have this declassified? Hunter declassified it when he left it, and it went public. So we're very thankful that we can know this now, because knowledge is powerful if you apply that knowledge properly. So to get some more knowledge that we can apply, Paimon Montehede, come on up.
Okay, folks, they say you should save the best for last, right? Well, I did.
I didn't know I was going to be like
You thought that was good? This part's going to be the best part, okay? Here we go. Those who pay tribute to the beast worship the beast. Isn't that a true statement? We pay tribute to kings and pharaohs, right? IRS rhymes with it's really slavery or it's really Satan. You choose, right? Is it accidental? And let's go back to that. See, instead of worshiping the beast, drain the swamp. So that's what needs to happen. Okay? To be free, it's really, you got to basically choose. You got to let evil control you with fear and deception, or that your love of truth and God, is going to just lead you to freedom. It's just that simple. So let's go to the next slide now. Question authority. It's okay to ask questions. File and pay income tax only if your congressman can show you the law that requires you to file and pay income taxes. When they can't show you the law, guess what? You can safely free yourself from IRS deception, robbery, and slavery. Next. Now, these petitions, we have 3 of them: income tax and payroll taxes and 1099s. And they cover the most important parts of the thing. But we got one for corporations and churches also coming up. Justification for congressional investigation of unlawful collection of individual income taxes. Okay? So basically you write to Congress and say, look, I want you to look into this stuff. Either stop the crooks in IRS and DOJ and corrupt judges, or show me where I'm wrong. I'll pay my fair share of taxes. Next slide. And the law is spelled out like you saw. I did that, except even better. Completely legal essay, like 12 to 18 pages long. Perfectly written. I had a proofread by Peter Gibbons, our counsel there. You say, is this right or wrong? If Peter says, I can't find anything wrong. As a 25-year plus constitutional tax lawyer, I can't find anything wrong. Okay? So at the end of the letter, here's what you say. I believe every person should pay their fair share of income taxes according to the law. Okay? And we tell them, we show them the law, and explain, and then we say, this letter is my self-determination of my income tax liability, that I'm not liable to pay federal income tax. Right? In short. Next slide. So then, at the end, we say, if by reading this letter with officially published Internal Revenue Code and Code of Federal Regulations sections, Supreme Court cases, and U.S. Constitution quotes attached, you can show me that I have somehow misinterpreted these statutes, regulations, or U.S. Supreme Court decisions, and that I do owe federal income taxes, I will gladly pay all taxes due and will consider such payment to be my fair share. Now, how can I get more humble than that? Right? Of course, we tell them we'll look forward to their timely, specific, on-point reply. These letters should go by certified mail. You have proof of mailing that you send them out, all separately. Okay? So, guess how many times the congressman, go to the next slide, has shown us that our petitions are wrong. We've done this thousands of times. Thousands of these petitions have been sent by Americans to each of the other 3 congressmen, all 3 of them. And not even one congressman has shown any of us that the law that requires the people of the 50 states to file and pay federal income taxes. Why do you think that is? Because there is no law, that's right, requires people. That's right, there is no law. Thank you. Next slide. So, you won't go to tax prison. That's first fear. I don't want to go to prison. I don't want to go be a martyr. Right? You go do the fight. I want to be a martyr. Right? When you don't file and pay income tax, by following U.S. government's official legal websites, and you petition your congressman to correct you if you are wrong. Next. Very simple. I'll show it to you. You cannot be convicted of willful failure to file a 10-4 income tax confession trap form charges when you can show that you have relied on the official legal websites of U.S. government to conclude that you are not required to file and pay federal income, self-employment, or payroll taxes. You wrote to federal lawmakers asking whether they can show you that you are in error and show you the law that requires you to file and pay federal income taxes, and your federal lawmakers were unable to show you that you were in error. Very simple, nothing complex. Next. See, the 6th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Hit it again, guys. What does it say in part? In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury. Hit it again. There you go. Trial by jury. So special America. England doesn't have them like America anymore. We got it from England, but we do it still right. They don't over there. Next slide. So, and in a jury trial, see, in a criminal case, the evidence upon which a jury are justified in finding a verdict of guilty, keep going, guys, must be sufficient to satisfy them of the prisoner's guilt beyond the reasonable doubt. If you put somebody on an electrical chair for murder, okay, or torture, or whatever, horrible thing, or taxes, it's the same level of proof. Criminal cases, beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no doubt that it's reasonable, that the guy's guilty, right? That's key. Next. So if they want to put you in prison, they could try to come after you. It's Title 26, crimes and other offenses and forfeitures. Click again. Section 7201, attempt to evade or defeat tax. Any person who willfully attempts in any manner to evade or defeat any tax, in prison more than 5 years. Willfully is the key word. In tax crimes, they have to prove you willfully intended to not pay taxes. Next. Okay, you see that again in 7203. Willful failure to file a return, right? Any person required under this title who willfully fails, right, to file a return, supply information, or pay tax shall be in prison no more than 1 year. You see, willfully is there again. Next. And this is a Supreme Court case of Cheek versus U.S. 1991. This is the key case on criminal tax trial standards for what's willful means. Next. Okay. Willfulness as construed by our prior decisions, well known in criminal tax cases, requires the government to prove that the law imposed a duty on the defendant, that the defendant knew of this duty, and that he voluntarily and intentionally violated that duty. The key things are they have to prove that the law imposed the duty on the defendant. By the way, that part, The crooked judges get around it easy. Oh yeah, Peter Gibbons will tell you. Been in court, say, Judge, have the government show the law requires my client to file income tax. At first, the judge may say, oh, okay, government lawyer, go on and prove it. The government lawyer comes back empty-handed and hems and haws, and maybe they extend another hearing. Eventually, the judge says, okay, you can go on. Don't worry about it. Covers up for the prosecutors. That part they can get away with. But they can get over the other parts. That the defendant knew of this duty. Whoa. That petitions kills that element right there. You wrote petitions humbly to your lawmakers, respectfully. Here's the law I'm following from U.S. government's official legal websites. Not some opinion, some CPA attorney. No. Directly from the highest source of law, the government. And it clearly shows I'm not required to file income tax. I wrote my lawmakers. They wrote the law and quoted the law and attached them at the back for ease of the congressman who knew the law anyways, but I thought, let's be a nice guy. Have it attached. Told them either stop the crooks in governments, show me where I'm wrong, and I will humbly pay my fair share of taxes. Right? That shows, and you do it by certified mail, good intent. You believe you do not have a duty to file income tax, right? Clearly, I mean, that's proof. That's proof. It's not just opinion or maybe use. Proves you do not know of any duty to file income tax. Right there, that don't pass go, don't collect 200, government cases lost. They can convict you. Right there. Case closed. But even after that, and they got to show that you voluntarily and intentionally, deliberately violated that duty that you believed you had. What you did was you went through the process of sending about 150 pages of legal paperwork to your lawmakers by certified mail, humbly saying, either stop the crooks in government or show me where I'm wrong. There's no way they can do this thing. And convince 12 regular citizens beyond the reasonable doubt this level of proof. Can they? No. And I've talked to lawyers who refuse to look at this stuff, and they say, oh, Payman, you're wrong. You're wrong. The courts are corrupt. Courts are corrupt. Judges can do whatever they want to do. Judges. Corrupt judges. So, well, you got a plan for that. This is how you get around the judges, by being smarter, by thinking several steps ahead. Next. So, and remember, in all of our petitions, we attach the law, including the case of Gould versus Gould, 9-0 unanimous tax case, where the court said that in tax laws, nothing is assumed. Nothing is there if it's not specifically pointed out. The 50 states are not part of the United States definitions for income taxes, payroll taxes. And in case of doubt, the tax laws are construed or understood most strongly against the government and in favor of the citizens not being taxed. The jury's going to see that. It's part of your petitions. If they're dumb enough to come after you, you just got to just tell the jury about this. Even the crooked judge says doesn't let them see that. That's enough for the jury to say, we didn't see the petitions to lawmakers, but he did say, he wrote them. I want to see the petitions, Judge. Where's the petitions he sent by certified mail? The judge at that time cannot keep it out of the jury's eyes, because the jury will figure it out. That crooked judge, Why did he not let us see his petitions? He's letters to congressmen. Right? So next slide. So I'm going to show the case of this guy, Whitey Harold. Illinois was charged with not paying state taxes. Illinois follows federal laws when it comes to income taxes. Definition is everything. They tried to put him in prison, and he relied on court cases and law books in his folder, not like us, so good, easy, but some elementary form of this kind of thing. They tried to put him in prison, and it failed. The jury acquitted him because he did something very similar to this process. Not as good as ours, not as foolproof, and he won. Let's play that. Whitey Harold, get this.
He was being tried for 4 counts of not filing his income tax.
Okay.
And our question was, well, what is to decide? Either he did or he didn't. It never occurred to us that he might actually be innocent while at the same time not filing. In the federal government, it is not a felony not to file taxes. Finally, they said, okay, if we're going to get this guy, we're going to have to put it in the state. They called up the IRS agent, Agent Craner.
Craner? Yeah. Robert Craner. Mm-hmm. This is Ken Doherty. He's also an investigator with the Illinois Department of Revenue.
This is a request for a copy of the delegation of authority order.
Right. And I talked to my boss about that, and he said that my badge is that.
Badge is the authority. I thought it had to be in writing.
The last question that the defense asked him was, did you write any of this down? And Agent Craner looked right at him and right at us, and he said, I never wrote anything down. And yet when we saw the video, there he was, writing notes, you know. And so I'm thinking, okay, at this point, the judge is supposed to say, Agent Craner, it is clear that you have committed perjury. It wasn't even noticed. It finally came to the climax. Mr. Harold looked right at the prosecutor, and he said, I will tell you the same thing I have told over and over again to government officials. You show me the law that requires me to file a tax return, and I'll be glad to do it.
And again, I ask, under what is the requirement that you claim and are required to do so? And the requirement under the regulations is what section? My question to you is, what particular act are we discussing here that I am liable to do these things that you claim I'm liable to do?
Your exact question would be again? Okay, what is the section that what? But I guess I'm still not understanding your question, Mr. Harold.
Well, you must be familiar with what that you have the police powers to enforce.
The prosecutor absolutely ignored him. And he started slandering Mr. Harold. Just started attacking his character.
They're calling us tax cheats, they're calling us fanatics, they're calling us weirdos. I don't care what you call me, but I have one question. Where is the law? Show me the law.
Can't let this turn into a rational debate, because if they do, they lose it. So they have to insult people and say it's frivolous.
We felt like that there was an overall arrogance and that they were railroading Mr. Harold and wanting us to participate. Judge Coogan. He looked right at us and he said, I will instruct the jury according to the law. We were sent to deliberation. The judge promised us that he would give us the law. And we looked and we looked and it was not there. We wrote a note to the judge asking for a copy of the law. 10 minutes later, we get a note back. You have everything you need. But there was no law. And he had promised us. At that point, I felt betrayed. I felt like this man promised us the law, and that's what this whole thing is about, the law. We request it, and he still denies us the law.
And the reason they didn't do it was why?
Because there is no law. Remember, we're talking about the Illinois state law here, okay, which is a law in Illinois. So we got out that law, And we read it several times, and I said, okay, wait, because they kept saying, but this is a law in Illinois. And I said, look at the beginning of it. It says, anyone required to file a federal income tax return is required to file an Illinois tax return. I said, if it is true that he's not required to file a federal return, then that nullifies the Illinois law. Two people, they kept saying, but he's going to get by with it. And I said, what is he getting by with but his rights? If there is no law, he's not breaking a law. He's just standing on his rights. Are we going to deny him that? That's when this one juror sat back and kind of rolled his eyes and he said, you mean we don't have to pay taxes? All of a sudden we realized that this trial was much bigger. And the ramifications of this trial were going to be so broad if it actually got out. I mean, it's like we had just discovered this great government secret. And so when we came out for the delivering of the verdict, the judge was, I'm sure, even at this point, I'm sure he still thought we would give a guilty verdict. And the reason I say that is because of the look on his face when the first not guilty was read. His face just turned white. I mean, it's like, I don't believe this. The second time, you could hear people out in the audience, just in the courtroom, just going, wow, and the judge is just getting red in the face. I mean, he was just livid. And the judge got up and left. I sat there and I thought, this truly is a victory for the people. And I have never felt more patriotic. And I knew that we had done the right thing. I looked at that man, Mr. Harrell, and I thought, the system might not work all the time. But this time, for that man, it did.
In November 2004, the government arrested.
So what I told you guys is not just theory. It's practice. It has worked and will work. Okay? We had done a better job of publicizing that stuff. This would have been over a long time ago, but we didn't do a very good job, did we, as a movement, to get that kind of information out there. We need to do that now, don't we? So I need you to ask yourself a question. Are you a modern-day founding fathers of America? Because all the stuff I told you, you could do it, anybody could do it for free. You can do that, stop filing income taxes, you will not go to prison, and the IRS will leave you non-filers alone. And if you want to do that, hallelujah, go for it. Stop feeding the beast. Okay, because you lost your fear with knowledge, truth, right? So next slide. So since you are a modern day America's founding fathers, well, for modern day founding fathers of America, the privilege of 100% guarantee is available. You can enjoy a 100% guarantee when you legally stop filing and paying income taxes, as long as you're a member of a member of the Restore Freedom Plan. Freedom Law School will prevent the IRS from levying your money, or Freedom Law School will reimburse you, and you will not go to prison. Before I get to that, I got to add something else. The founding fathers did this, by the way. They wrote petitions to the King of England about the abuses that he did with them. You want to see a list? Read the Declaration of Independence. Most of it is all the petitions of violation of the rights that the king did. He said, you did this to us. You did that to us. The King of England ignored them. So what did the founding fathers do? They said, no more taxes for you. We're not going to voluntarily support a usurper who violates our rights. You're not there to secure our liberties. You're violating our rights. See? We're doing the same thing, aren't we? Exact same thing. Now, this process relies upon a second principle, and that is what Benjamin Franklin told the Founding Fathers. He said, gentlemen, we shall hang together, or we shall surely hang separately. Yep. So now, if everybody here, live and online, watching, we join hands, stop feeding the criminal gangsters in D.C., bring back billions and billions back. And I'm not talking about millions. No, I'm talking about billions with a B. Okay? Now we get an arsenal of freedom, not just to fund our families, but to beat the crooks. I'll talk about that in more detail. Next slide. Let's see what happened in Soviet Union. Okay? When Soviet Union collapsed from within. Because they could not improve it. And IRS is a communist entity. No one owns the IRS. All IRS employees are owners of the IRS, and no one's responsible because they all get paid the same. No skin off my back. I get paid the same, whether I do a good job or bad job. That is how communism works, isn't it? You see why IRS is from within imploding, just like a Soviet Union imploded? And none of us thought that at the time, you guys are old enough like me, most of you, that Soviet Union would implode like it did. None of us imagined it. This powerful dictatorship. And that was much more powerful than the corrupt people in America that are ruling the deep state elites, right? They're weaker than the Soviet was. That fell apart, and then this little short thing by AP gives you a thing about the power of the people, what it takes. Play it, please.
A larger-than-life Boris Yeltsin defying communist hardliners from the top of a tank. The iconic image proved crucial in undermining their coup attempt 20 years ago.
Весь мир транслировал эти кадры.
The whole world was broadcasting that footage.
Оказалось, что
And as it turned out,
это был один из ключевых факторов.
it was one of the key factors of the defeat of the coup plotters and of our victory.
Members of a group called the Live Circle had defended the White House, the seat of the newly elected Russian president's government, from the communists back in 1991.
Вот я лично выступал в поддержку того, что впервые.
For me personally, it was the first time in my country that I had the possibility to choose my government.
И потом какие-то, так сказать, никчемные люди.
And then these miserable people tried to take it away.
Возможность попытались наступить, и поэтому.
So I went to defend, first of all, that right that I got, more than anything else.
Больше, чем что-либо другое.
The communists had tried to use the military to block a treaty granting Russia and other Soviet republics their sovereignty, a move springing from reforms brought in by the man they put under house arrest who'd been leading the Soviet Union at the time, Mikhail Gorbachev. But there was no civil war, the coup collapsed, the Soviet Union broke apart, and the mood in Moscow was one of exhilaration as Yeltsin threw out the old system and brought in market reforms.
Let's go next slide. You know what happened?
By the time
Did you
his
see
rule
them?
ended, however,
The young
he'd
men
become
were holding
discredited
arm to
and deeply unpopular. His
Right?
triumph over
You
the
saw
coup
them passing
plotters
bricks
is
to
now
each other,
brushed aside in
working
Russia,
together.
where
That's what we got to do here. Every one of us got to participate. We all stop paying the beast, right? And we all work together. So that's what Freedom Law School has created, a mechanism for every one of you here live and online to do exactly that. But not paying the income tax that you never owed in the first place. Don't say, oh, I'm going to stop paying my taxes. Wrong. I'm going to stop paying taxes that I never legally owed in the first place. Got the difference? That's important to get that in your mind. So when we talk to a friend or relative, they get that too. Okay? You stop voluntarily support of your deep state enemies, IRS, DOJ, FBI, CDC, FDA, and more. Restore freedom and prosperity for you, your family, America, and save American lives. Next. The plan is simple. Total swamp. The criminal gangsters, your enemies. Keep 70% of what you would have paid your enemies in D.C. and 30% contribute to Restore Freedom Plan. Next slide. The money that stopped voluntary giving to the Washington, D.C. swamp could be used to better the life of your family now, such as paying off credit card and other debts. 3 out of 5 Americans are right now in debt to credit card companies, paying over 20% interest. That's right. 1 out of 4 Americans use credit cards for necessities like food and gas. We became slaves of banksters because we just let our money go to the swamp in D.C. But no longer. We can pay off your debts, eat better quality food, better health care, better schooling for your children, vacations, whatever you want. Save money for emergencies, buying a nicer car, home, retirement. Contribute to your church and a freedom-oriented organization or your favorite honest statesman to get elected in office. Yes. Now let me elaborate on that issue. Let's talk about churches first. The churches, as I said, become under the Internal Revenue Code, DC corporations under section 501c3 or 508. You know, and they think, oh, we gotta protect that. You know, I got right. I talked to a lady in Montana. She has a Christian church that teaches at the Christian school, uses the facility, and the new pastor thinks, well, we cannot rent it to you until you know, you become a 501c3 nonprofit because, you know, you're not nonprofit, and we don't want to risk our own nonprofit status as a 501c3. Yeah, that's how low churches have become. But there's no need. Churches are free. They were deceived by the same lawyers, okay, that deceived the rest of us. So the church can go, if you're a pastor, will protect them 100%. 100% the church. You say what you want to say, do what you want to do. You're free. All we want from you is let us talk to the pew. Talk to the congregation. So that they don't have to pay income tax. Now they can give their tithing to you that most Americans can't afford to give. Right? How about getting our favorite honest statesmen on there? People like Ron Paul, right? Good people. We need to get sheriffs and prosecutors who arrest employers who steal from employees' paychecks. That's right. Put them on trial. That's conversion. That's theft. I was on the Richard Mack, my friend, Constitutional and Peace Officers Association. How many of you know Richard Mack? Yeah? Call Richard, my friends. I'm going to be speaking at this event, hopefully, with Joe Bannister. He wants Joe Bannister to speak. He's afraid of me speaking, but not Joe. Okay? And tell him, look, with the money we can get these sheriffs elected that are good people. That's what we need, don't we? Sheriffs are the people's, the answers, but we got to support them. And district attorneys, prosecutors, same thing. Right now we got a guy, Anthony Hudson, in Michigan, running for Congress, and he's got a winnable race. He's in Flint area. The Democrat's not running. The Rhino lost twice to a Democrat previously. A Democrat is running as a Republican. He's the only patriot guy out there. He, on his own, said to everybody in a TikTok video, we all got to stop income taxes. They can't get all of us. He said that, went viral. I came across him, put it out with my Freedom Hustle on there. He called me, Paymon, you did this thing in my video. Great, thank you. I said, thank you. I've been looking to get with you. We are funding his election. And so we right now, for example, that 30%, we're allowing you right now in this election season to give 100% of your money to him. Or maybe other approved statesmen like him that are running for office. We'll give you 100% credit towards your membership. Just now. Election season is right now. See? Because it's not for me. not for pay money to get rich. Yeah, I live a comfortable life as it is. Honestly, I do. Okay? It's like a big stomach and I eat what I want. So that's going to really work. We're going to be doing that, folks. And you're going to be taking part of that. Next. So the 30% of what you've been giving to the deep state enemies and you give to Restore Freedom Plan will support true news broadcasts just to inform you what is really going on that affects you, your property, your life, and frees you and not enslave and hurt you. We have supported frank speech and also Conservative Daily. That's right, we have to support this. Thank you. We supported Stu Peters and others will support, folks. These guys need funding, okay? We got the truth and the people, and they got the lies and the money to push the lies on us, right? So you could support freedom lawsuits to protect your freedoms and property and life. Right now, what's going on with Tina? She's been prosecuted, right? We need more lawyers to be able to help her beat her case. Right? And we want to sue the crooks, right? Yeah. It takes money, okay? We're looking for young lawyers to train, to go to law school. We're going to fund those young men's law school to go do these lawsuits, okay? And as I said, support election of freedom office holders to represent you in government instead of hurting you as a slave of the corrupt elite that own the major media, major banks, and corporations, so that you may live your life as a free person. Freedom Law School will do all the above for you and with you. Next. And what you get is unlimited consultation, no hourly charge, unlimited help, letter writing, and any other paperwork that needs to be created for communication with IRS or the federal tax government entity, state income tax related government agencies, third parties such as employers, all done for you. Unlimited, no charge, no extra charge. If the participation of a CPA and or attorney is required, Freedom Law School will cover these expenses for our Restore Freedom Plan members. Remember, zero additional cost to you. Take what you paid to Swamp, keep 70%, 30%, to protect you and restore freedom. So that's for all of you as individuals. How many people here have employees? Are employees with employees? Can I see a show of hands? Anybody? Employees with employees? Just a couple of you? Well, it's important that you guys, 3, 4, good. You guys are extra important because there's a famous saying that people are enslaved by masses but are freed one by one. And sadly, it's a true statement. We want to do that in mass like the founding fathers did. And to do that, we need to have employers free their slaves, their employees. Now, we're going to get, 5, 50, 500, 5,000 employees freed up in mass. Okay? Guess what's going to happen? Zero withholding of federal income taxes from your employees. Zero federal payroll taxes. FICA this end, the employer or employee half. None of that has to go out of their pocket. It all stays within the company and your employees. That's about 25 to 45% of their payroll. Typically about 1/3. That's a lot. $1 million payroll means $330,000 roughly goes to the swamp. That's a lot of money. Okay? All you have to do is join the Employer Freedom Plan. You got to be a member first as an individual and then contribute just 5% of your payroll to the Employer Freedom Plan and be free of all federal payroll income taxes with 100% guarantee for you and your employees. Who has anything like that out there? Next. Due to all these tax savings that your company never owed in the first place, your company will have happier and more loyal employees. they can be tax-free at the competition. If your guy's making $20 an hour, right? His effective take-home pay is about $17, $3 an hour, $120 a week. That's about $500 a month. See, for the guy that makes $20 an hour, that's not nice big change. Pay off the credit cards. They love you. They appreciate you for treating them so good. And you have a big financial advantage over your competition, especially against bigger in-the-system competitors who fund and benefit from DC swamp by their political campaign donations. Yeah. For example, Home Depot and Lowe's killed all mom-and-pop hardware stores, didn't they? Guess what? We need lots of hardware stores in America who don't take from the employees or themselves. Now you're more competitive than Lowe's and Home Depot. Those mega corporations. You see that? Because they enslave their employees. You don't. You have a lot less cost. You have a big advantage over them. You will grow exponentially because your profit margins are a lot higher. Okay, your employees are much happier and loyal to you, stay with you, work harder for you, and you'll be able to make even bigger contributions in restoring freedom, prosperity, and a limited federal government of, by, and for we, the American people. It's all clicking in now. Next. Now, last step is also optional, as all the steps are. Spread the word, your freedom opportunity. Get paid for each American you educate and set free from our oppression, and help defund the deep state. Next. Now you legally defund the swamp. Go back. I got to go back to that. So in short, here's what it is. If you tell somebody about us, we give you 25% of that person's first year membership. It's an annual membership, by the way. It's 30% what you would have paid the IRS that year. For example, if you owe the IRS 1 year $10,000, you keep $7,000 and $3,000 to the Restore Freedom Plan. If your IRS next year make a lot more money, or the IRS $100,000, you keep $70,000 and $30,000 to Restore Freedom Plan. Every year it's a separate membership. Minimum is $2,000. Okay? So everybody can afford $2,000 be the minimum membership. And then a payment plan. Thank you. A payment plan? Yes, you can make payment plan. Let you make payments also to get going. Thank you. It's very important. So, and we refer somebody 25% what their first year membership is credited toward your membership. But if you join first, even with a payment plan, we give you 50% credit toward your membership, and then we pay you cash. That's right. Cash, gold, or crypto. Okay? All tax-free, by the way. No W-2, no 1099s either. So what a great way to make a living. I see all these wonderful senior citizens. Half this audience is on Social Security. I'm telling you, all you Social Security people should be freedom warriors. They made us poor, dependent, so many citizens on Social Security, which is a communist socialist system. By just telling others, tell your children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, everybody you know, we can get away from this socialistic system altogether. Don't need it. Okay? And fund freedom. So that's a great way to get paid. I mean, that's why I got into all this back in 92. I thought, I was 29. I said, the money we don't pay them, I can catch up with my, I'll be better off. Actually, I didn't pay income tax then anyways. I was 1099. I couldn't live if I paid income tax on that 1099 income I had. So I didn't. I didn't get car insurance either. I somehow evaded car insurance laws also because I couldn't afford it. Seriously. Young people are poor, generally speaking. Right? So, with this, anyhow, every membership, and I've had people that refer other people. The guy saved over $300,000. His membership was $140,000, and their friend got $70,000, half of that. Everybody's happy. Win-win. So we have our brochures. We brochures. Oh, we just should have one. Can you get some brochures, Carol, for me? You gotta get our Restore Freedom brochures and pass them out to everybody you know. Okay? Wait, you got one. Yeah, I'll let you share. Restore Freedom brochures we got. Right? On the back it says 90% of Americans are not required to file and pay federal income taxes. Open inside. Nice, professionally done brochure. Bottom left is you can put your name and phone number, or we'll give you a private 7-digit number. Hand it out in front of supermarkets. Any of you on Social Security, retired, you got a job for freedom. I hereby anoint all of you, senior citizens, Paul Revere's. Drain the swamp. Just go to the bill. Don't pay tax to criminals. And you're going to get some people looking at just like rolling their eyes or walking away, right? But some people are going to say, oh, that looks interesting. Where is that? What you got? You tell them and say, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. By the way, I haven't paid income tax for a few years myself. People will admit that to you. The 80 million non-filers will approach you. Okay? Oh, man, I pay too much taxes already. Folks, it's a numbers game. Right? It's everything a numbers game. You're going to get 1 out of 10, whatever. Say, I'm interested. And you're going to have fun like me to restore freedom. I love helping people live free. I love for every one of you to have your life the way you want it, the way you dream your life to be. You can have it. Not some crook in D.C. government telling you how to do your life, but the way you dream of it. God gave you that choice, and you should have that choice for you to stay. And I have fun doing it. People thank me. I feel good. I've done what I feel like I want to be. Well, that's what I'm about. If you like that feeling, you can have it. When you see somebody's eyes open up with, woo, and follow up with them, right? Text it to your friends. Family members first. Spouse, children, parents, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, coworkers. Tell them, look, here's a 9-minute video. The first video on the law on our website is only 9 minutes. Say, hey, look at this. This is amazing. Can you show this guy's wrong? They're going to get back with you. Next day, say, did you see it on your way to work? I'll see you today. I really appreciate your input. If I'm wrong, because you're such a smart person, I'd like to hear your input. Boost the ego, right? They're smarter than you. That's all you got to do, folks. Email it, social media. Folks, we're getting the word out there. We really are. I was surprised by how many of you tell me, Paymon, I heard about you way back then. Or the person says, oh, the guy I get my milk from, his father knows about you. Really? You get milk from this guy? His father knows about me? Yeah, like I already heard about you. The word's getting out. Our YouTube channel was closed by the IRS by the YouTube 2 years ago. But we started a new one. That's because we're making a difference. That's why they closed it down. So anyhow, let's go next slide. Folks, it's up to you. Restore freedom. We got the horse. That's you. Tell the truth. And arm the American people with the truth of the law. To have America and our families restored. And our churches restored. Next. As I said, the membership is $2,000, 25% down. So if you're low income, your membership is $2,000, fine. Put $500 down and start handing them out our brochures. Okay. Next page. And next one, you can pass that. Yes. I know about it. I know. I'll announce it. I know. Free weekly Freedom Hour broadcast every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Watch on these platforms, okay? Check us out everywhere, okay? And tell the truth. Empower them. Next. And our website is freedomlawschool.org. Now let me tell you something else. Too often, we rely on one man to restore our freedoms. I know. Okay? And the thing is that, folks, the American Revolution was not won by George Washington or Thomas Jefferson or Ben Franklin. And Trump is not going to be the one guy doing it. Okay? There should be many of us. I know. I would know. Okay? Yeah, I know. We all got to take part. Every one of us has to be a Trump. Some of you heard, unfortunately, the bad news. Trump just got shot. He's okay? He's okay? Okay. Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. They killed John F. Kennedy because he was a good guy. Right? He was not crook like his Vice President Johnson, who was a total crook and criminal. Right? So, I'm glad he's good. Good. Thank God. Amen. But guess what? Trump's going to need us. Amen. And guess what? Trump said a few weeks ago, maybe we should go to an import tax instead of income and payroll taxes. Guess who's been saying that for decades? We in the tax freedom movement. Go back to Thomas Jefferson's time. His greatest accomplishment, he said, was there was no internal taxes. Federal government was run by tax on imports and sale of federal land. We can drain the swamp. Okay? We just got to be the ones that get it started, get it going. Okay? Now, let me answer some of your frequently asked questions. State taxes. Most states 8 states don't have any state income tax, like Florida, Texas, Tennessee, New Hampshire, Alaska, Montana, no, not Montana, South Dakota, Nevada, Alaska, I mentioned. But most states that do have state income tax follow federal, including Colorado. So if you don't know federal, you don't know federal Colorado income tax either. We cover you we do all the work for state income taxes for you, but we don't necessarily protect you for state 100% unless you ask and pay a little bit extra for that. That option is available. Buying a home is you don't need a tax return to buy a home. You don't. Most agents out there do not know how to do it without a tax return, but you can. On our website, I have a video on that topic. You can buy a home without a tax return. Okay? Another common question comes up. Richard Grant. What happened to him? When you look us up, Richard Grant was the guy that came with us, but before us, he went to other people and with their method stop income tax. After being with us for a while, he got charged, and him and his lawyer were supposed to work with me. I had done petitions like that based upon Joseph Bannister's history with the IRS, how he confronted them. They were great. They would have won him. But neither Grant nor his lawyer worked with us. Judge let him come to Florida to see his mom. He was in California. He says, come see me. I can prepare you. Let's go over things. He calls me and says, Payman, I'm sorry. Took a little too long to see my mom. I can't come see you. Thinking, what? You're not doing me a favor. It's just for you to be free. You got to make the time and come see me. He chose not to. I went to trial, and I was hoping that his lawyer would bring these petitions I had written for him. But because I was a witness potentially, I was outside. I could not see it. And then the lawyer wanted me to talk about some summons work I did for him. And I felt like, I don't know if this guy's going to do it right, but I got to do what I can for our student. I got to trust this older attorney, Bill Cohan, that he knows what he's doing. Hopefully, he'll have my student be free. I shouldn't have. I knew more than Bill Cohan, the attorney. Because I found out when I went back, after I testified, I went back, I asked his wife, those petitions that we did about Joe Bannister, confronting the IRS about where's the law, Did that come out? She says, oh, yes, they did. Oh, they asked him about it. Yeah, they said, did you expect any answers? I said, oh, good. What did he say? The prosecutor asked Richard Grant, when he wrote the petitions about, is Joe Bannister real? Is he a fraud? Why does he say, as a former gun-carrying criminal agent, no law requires you to file income tax? Right? Oh, thank you. I need a pickle juice, guys. Okay, in that black thing. So, the pickle juice in that black container. Yeah. So they asked him, did you expect the answer from your congressman? The answer should have been, of course. They work for me. What would I write a letter to get no answer, get ignored? Of course I'm going to answer. I expect an answer. Show me if Joe Bannister is real or fraud. Is he right or wrong, right? But his answer was, not really. What? My heart sank. What do you mean, not really? Of course you do. And that's why he lost. Him and his lawyer failed to work with me. But guess what? Freedom Law School has our counsel. You heard from him, Peter Gibbons, for over 25 years, constitutional tax law attorney. Other lawyers I know, Larry B. Kraft, others, who Freedom Law School will pay in full for your defense, and these gentlemen are ready and happy to defend you and these petitions in a court of law before a jury and have you win if the government is dumb enough to come after you. Thank you. They won't. Okay, thank you. So the other common questions, let's see, we got time for question and answers, actually. We actually have a few minutes. You want to get the microphone down for question and answers, guys, from the back? Yeah. If you have questions, bring it up to next to here. Bring it up to next to K-Ross. Come up here at this end if you have questions, and I'll take your questions one person at a time. By the way, we accept cash, crypto, and gold. No banking.
Okay, anyone with a question that would help to benefit the entire group, please come on up here and we'll ask the question, because we're live streaming too. So we don't want to just be so far away. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And two more things. If you didn't sign up for our sign-in sheet, when you sign in, you get 15-minute free consultation with me. After you do your homework, watch our videos on our website, talk to my educators at Freedom Law School to answer your questions. We want to help you answer your questions. So be sure to sign up for that and put what you're interested in, what your interests are, what your concerns are. Also tonight, we're going to go to a nice restaurant. It's called Ruth's Chris House. Yeah, it's very nice, 4-course dinner. We have only 9 tickets available for $200 each. If you want to go, come spend time with us. That's available at the front desk. If you want one of those, we can have dinner together, ask more questions, or get to know each other more. That's available if you wish. Okay. So with that, let's take the
Payman, I'd like to give a report also, because a lot of you are getting distractions from getting notifications that Trump got shot, and that's very disturbing. I saw the video. He got shot, and it nicked his ear. Okay. Now we all know that would be a death shot, but we all know who's protecting Trump. Okay, and so just nicking his ear is definitely something that he would recover from. Okay, so we wanted you to know so we could put that in context. But tell me, is this more evidence that we have to do this? We have to be here. We need to support him, and God is also protecting him. If you miss that shot, are you kidding? Are you kidding me? That I know who bumped the gun.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Now, we do have our first question. So I wanted to dispel that so that you could listen and pay attention here to hear the questions that may apply to you as well.
But before I go to questions, again, guys, I want to encourage you. Remember, you will forget much of this because it's too much in one day to absorb. You got to, when you get in that car, automatically say, smartphone, put it up, watch a road, listen. Get a call, take the call, when it's done, get back to the videos. You guys see it again and again and again to absorb it. People tell me, oh, Payman, I've been watching your videos. So I talked to them and I found out, we don't know about how 1040 gets you in trouble. Why you're afraid of the IRS? So you haven't gone through step 3. IRS is mostly bluff. You really haven't watched my videos. You just listen to some Freedom Hours, my weekly program here and there and here and there and here and there. Not the systematic, clear book. That 7 steps on our website, freedomlawschool.org, is a book on video and written. Go through the book. I've not published a book because people don't read books anymore. They don't, really.
We want it online, yeah.
Yeah, they're online. I want to give me a quick video. I'll just listen to it while I drive, while I exercise, while I do cut flowers in my garden, right? And with your family members, same thing. Don't expect them to sit down all day like you watch this. They won't do it. On you, okay? Use that smartphone, and later now they get intrigued. Wow, what he says is amazing. I just heard that. I'm going to see it for myself at dinner or lunch, up with my smartphone or personal computer. See, oh, wow, I can verify it all. He's right. All right, thank you. So let's go to questions.
The first question.
So I was just curious about it. I've seen your interview with Reacted and Laura Loomer and different people. Some of the bigger ones like Tucker, have you went to them, some of these Ben Shapiro, like...
Carol and I went to an event in Las Vegas. We paid $25,000 to have dinner with him, with maybe 50 people or so.
Tucker.
Tucker, I know. And then when we told Tucker about freedom law, Iris says, "Oh, I don't want to talk to you." He got afraid. He was afraid. That's right. That's the truth. I love Tucker Carlson, don't get me wrong. I support him. But I understand. I'm not holding it against him. He's been deceived about the IRS's power. You see, he's woken up to the matrix of deception so far. You went to Newsmax and Breitbart, these other conservative online versions, you get so much awakened. You come to Freedom Law School, and rabbit hole gets much
wide
deeper.
awake.
Whoa, wide awake. Right? That's what we do. So that's all it was. So we try. And guess what?
We're still working on it.
I'm told if I could get $250,000, I can talk to them one-on-one. Here's in Florida. So we're going to raise some funds. We're going to say, Carol and I are going to go sit down, Tucker, let's talk. Okay?
Yeah, we're still working on it. I mean, it's like anything else, loosening the lid, right? Knocking on the door. And did you get it the very first time you were told to? No. So we give grace, but at the same time, we come around another way and another way and another way until where he realizes, wait a minute, this connect the dots, and I need to find out more information.
But let me ask you a question. How many of you saw us on Redacted with Clayton Morris? Show of hand. So hold it up, hold on.
The Redacted.
Okay. Redacted, Clayton Morris. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. How many saw us on InfoWars with Chase who interviewed me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, okay. We got on Redacted because of Anthony Hudson. He was on there, and I called him, and he got me on there. But we go to Anthony Hudson, 2K24.com, give to his campaign up to $3,300. We'll count it toward your membership. The gentleman back there, he had a candidate that he really liked, and he, like he said, I said, you want to give that guy? I checked him out as a good candidate. I said, give it to him. I'll count that toward your membership. Okay, so guys, if people want to get into office right now, who do you want to give? You pick them. You pick them. Right now, we give you 100% member. So the money you see I didn't have, you got it. It's in your pocket already. Just don't give it to the swamp. All right?
Right,
Yes.
give it to the support.
To support people that you want to support.
And that would count toward your membership? Now do you understand what he means by your membership is to support these? You're even paying the support direct. So you got it. Next question?
Yeah, we'll count it, about completely. Yes.
First, I wanted to thank you for this very informative workshop. I had several questions. One is, we go to your website, and we're going to be able to re-listen to what we covered today at some location at freedomlawschool.org, right?
Yes.
Okay.
If you have any trouble, folks, call us. I have educators on the phone happy to guide you through our website. Any problem, 9 to 6 Eastern weekdays, we answer the phone calls for you.
Okay. So what I understand you're saying is that we know what we've made in the past and what we've paid in the past. So we are to estimate what we're going to make in the following year and pay you that percentage. Is that how it's set up?
Well, there's actually not exactly. How many of you for 2023 filed for extension? As a show of hands, guess what? That was completely harmless. It means nothing. So a lot of people joined right now by October 15th, the extend the date from April 15th to October 15th. If you're one of those guys, you just don't file, don't pay. Right? Based upon what you made, you know what you made last year, if you're one of those. But for 2024, you can wait until January when you know how much you made for you can wait till 25 to know what you made for 24. However, if you choose to estimate how much you're going to make and pay it off by end of this year early, we give you 10% thank you discount. You don't have to do it, but folks, we need to get your money redirected to these things. Right now, Sheriff Richard Mack has an event coming up in Orlando, September 7th. Constitutional Peace Officers and Sheriffs
Association.
Yeah, he's going to pay him on. Usually I get $500,000. My big donors don't have the money right now this year for some reason. We got $60,000. Give to him. Give to that. They bring sheriffs that need to be educated to protect you and your American people's rights, right? I told Mac, I said, I give $20,000 from just a get-go, from our student savings. But when you guys join, we get more. We can give him more. And that's
like the congressman.
Yeah, like the congressman. And he liked the idea.
Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association.
Yeah.
And we can get you more information about that afterward. And that contribution to him would count toward your membership for here. Because why? We want these constitutional sheriffs. Isn't that who you want to call if you had a problem? So that's what we want. So we're going to, this whole association of them, to help out on September 7th.
Yeah. So that's
She has another question.
You don't have to do it for 24 right now. You can wait till January for 24. But if you estimate it now for 24, then we just give you 10% discount as a thank you, because we don't have big access to big banks' line of credit. I told my wife that look, our creditors are our students, our backers. Let's give them the discount. Why give it to somebody else? Because you give us early support, right? It's a win-win situation.
It is.
Okay. And for stock gains, there's that 1099 for your stock gains. So how do you handle that? So if you did long or short and you made the money and you didn't expect it, but it happened in the 24 year, how are you going to or how do you handle that?
Sure. First of all, sometimes people ask me, Pam, how about capital gains? How about stocks? Folks, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what kind it is. Royalties, business income, self-employed, commissions, wages, stocks, bonds, real estate. It's where it's from. Are you from D.C.? You don't owe it then. Okay? If you're not a federal worker working in D.C., you don't owe it any more than you owe the government of Japan or France or Egypt. D.C. is a foreign country to you as much as Egypt, France, and Japan. Doesn't matter what kind of money it is. Okay? And one more thing, remind you, it doesn't really matter that the third party sent a W-2 or 1099 to the IRS about you, because the IRS doesn't use them. As long as they have you believing, IRS has me because my employer sent a W-2 to the IRS about me that I made $50,000. As long as it convinced you that you're dead, you're dead. But IRS doesn't use them anymore, remember? They have the W-2s and 1099s. They don't use them because you got to focus on filers who want to make payment plans. That's how broken the IRS really is. Okay?
She has another one.
Okay. And the last one, I just wanted to mention 3 patriots that are in federal court in Denver on Monday through Friday. And people know a retired Lieutenant Colonel, I think it's Lieutenant Colonel Sean Smith. He's been on Frank's speech on Conservative Daily with Joe Oltmann. So I have a little handout if you're interested in knowing more about that and how you can support them. So that's this Monday, and the charge is that they intimidated, it was a voter intimidation, the NAACP and the League of Women Liars, I mean the League of Women Voters, are taking them to court. And so if you want just to know information about that, I have that.
And let me tell you something. As we grow more, things like this come up, we'll have you fund a lawyer for defending these crooks. Defend the good guys against the crooks and sue the crooks. They need lawyers. But then my lawyers got to make money too. Okay? So that's our vision. I hope you can see that vision. We're going to be together.
While they're there supporting that, they could take some flyers here because those people want to know about this. And we want to support that. Cross-pollination. Does that make sense?
If you go to an event, you have a group meeting, patient meeting, online or something else, take our brochures and pass them out, folks, okay? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, one thing I'm not clear about on withholding, Social Security and Medicare, withholding from your paycheck.
Most employers are brainwashed that they got to do it no matter what. You know, but income tax is easy. We do a W-4 exempt with our law quoted attached to protect you from criminal prosecutions. So that we can do. But unless we have employers convinced that they don't have to do it, you can't. They'll take out your paycheck anyhow right now. Okay. Sorry. We're working on that. We're going to get more employers to stop withholding from their pay of their people. That's what we need to do. I hope. That's why I love doing that, if we can. Yes.
Question from family watching online. My stepdad is watching from the Ozarks. He's U.S. Army retired and 100% disabled veteran receiving tax-free disability pay. He also receives a disability retirement from the U.S. Postal Service and receives a monthly payment. What is the reason he's required to pay taxes on his U.S. postal pay?
He's not.
He's not.
He's not, because only federal workers that work in D.C. got to pay federal income tax. If you work for FBI office in Los Angeles, you don't pay nothing. You work for FBI in Washington, D.C., you got to pay income tax.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, good questions. Yeah.
Great answer to a great question.
Yeah.
And we got another one.
Hello, thank you again for everything. Just thank you. So my question is, I just got rehired at a job I was at, and it's pretty much like starting fresh. They sent me all the forms and stuff, and I haven't fit out the tax side yet. I called my friend, and I was like, hey, man, I feel like I need to call you. He's like, you're going to come with me Saturday. We're going to talk. So this was like perfect timing. So would I just hit exempt and then start working with you guys, and then
everything yes, except you follow the form. If you don't have the law quoted attached like we have it, the crooks in government could put you before a jury that by putting just exempt, you stop the automatic withholding to evade your fair share of taxes. That's why you could have the law as a poison pill in there, the garlic for the vampire quoted attached to your W-4 form to protect you from potential attacks of the crooks. You see, free molecule is always 3-4 steps ahead of these crooks. Okay? If Donald Trump knew what I knew when he came to office, the swamp would have been gone. He should have set up grand juries all over to indict all the crooks. Comey, Clapper, Brennan, Hillary, all these crooks, but he didn't do that. He didn't know about the law. Knowing the law is so powerful. It's so empowering. You don't have to worry about anybody messing with you. When the IRS agents come to me, I'm not afraid of them. I go talk to them. A criminal agent came to me a few years ago to my house. Came behind my other guy with the two of them, behind my handyman guy, and I was in my garage, and I said, oh, let's go outside. I was not afraid of him. Oh, okay, so they read my right to be silent, and they say, you owe taxes. Because you owe taxes. I don't owe taxes. What are you talking about? He was floored, like, What do you mean you don't owe any taxes? I don't. What are you talking about? He was frozen. The criminal agent was frozen. So I took his paperwork in his hand, that thin. I went through it. Oh, yeah, I got a case going on, an appeal. If it was from 11th Circuit to 9th Circuit, that's what this is, that's what that is. And I was telling him what his paperwork was that he had not read. And after a little while, I saw him sweating beads on his upper lip. Said, oh, you're in appeal. Oh, we'll leave you alone. I'll let you know if you're in appeal. Okay. He left, never heard from him. Because I know the law, and it's powerful. You want to know the law, you be powerful, and you want to share this power. So I don't want this to be informative. I want this event to be not just informative, but also empowering for you to act. If I just informed you, I've not done my job. That's what the brochure says. Regain your power and freedom. That's what the knowledge does to you. If you just go and see it, oh, interesting, but I'm too scared, I failed. Thank you, sir.
5:12.
Yeah, we're gonna end it in about 5 minutes. But when we end it, please take cups, everything with you. The extended time we could be here later, so take everything with you. Quickly out there, so that outside on the left is a patio area. We can go talk somewhere out there. Now I gotta go 6 o'clock to dinner at the Ruth's Creek's Steakhouse. We got 9 tickets left for $200. Great four-game meal. I mean, this is aged steak, top class, over $100 meal. So we're not making money really off the thing that much.
Damon, this is the last question.
Last question,
no one else is here.
But I'll be out there for a little bit longer.
If you would clean up your tables, as he says.
And your neighbor's table,
They
if not,
extended
your
the
neighbor
time
left.
for us, so we appreciate it.
Yeah.
It is the last question for everyone.
There are a lot of one-man operations out there, business owners. If they don't have any employees and they don't have paychecks, would you still recommend that they write the congressman the letters, or do they not need to do anything and just completely stay off the radar and all scope?
Yeah, write the congressman. That's your right. That's your duty. Eventually, we're going to get more attention. Eventually, the congressmen get more of our petitions. They're going to say, I better respond to these. A lot of our constituents are writing these petitions to me. I got to respond. So yes, you should do that. It has no negative consequences. Congressmen just trash them, unfortunately, at this time. You know, they don't put you on a list to come after you, so it'll be fine. Okay?
All right, that was it.
That was it. Thank you all. I
It's a
love you
wrap
all.
up. No.
And we're going to be...
Damon?
Yes, anything else? Carol's got an announcement?
Yeah. What I would like to say is your wife asked if we'd close in prayer for Trump.
Yes.
So April notified us about the news about Trump, and like we said, it was an ear injury. But at the same time, we all wanted to pray for Trump. And so at the request of his wife, April, would all of you would like to join us in prayer for our nation, our country, and specifically for Trump?
Dear God, thank you for protecting Trump today and not let the evildoers, assassins, bullet, injure him in any serious way. Thank you for letting the evildoers, Biden, fall on their face. His senility every day becoming more obvious to all. The arrogance of the evildoers is obvious more and more every day. And you're educating and waking us up, waking Trump up as to what's going on in our country. And please continue to protect him. And each of us will do our part. I know you want us to do. You put us here not an accident, but for a purpose. We met all of us here today, online and in person, to actually do something, being truth, enlightenment, love, and empowerment for us to act in this earthly journey for good and for love, and we'll do so. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Damon.
Oh, we'll be doing events coming up. Check our website. I'm going to do one more probably in Dallas area. We'll do one. You know, so stay in touch with us. Fill out this form if you have not done so.
They've got it out there.
Out there in the front. And let's stay in touch. We're going to go outside, talk a little bit more in the patio out there, on the outside on the left. Before we go to, after maybe half hour, we're going to leave to Ruth's Chris restaurant.
And I would like to say, we're all going to watch his ratings go up even more now. More contributions, because everyone knows exactly what's going on. Every time it goes up.
Yep, every time.
It's all good.
It's all good.